वक्रतुण्डा महाकाया सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकारेषु सर्वदा। सा नि ध नि रे ग म रे ग सा नि ध नि सा नि ध म ध नि रे ग म प रे ग सा। A very good evening to all of you. Music, apart from being a great entertaining platform, has got to profound benefits on the mind and body. Music travels from the source via the sound waves, and as soon as it reaches the mind of the listener or the brain sends signals to different parts of the body. And as we graduate or evolve from hearing to listening, our body starts producing the feel-good hormone called endorphins. And this is the context of music therapy. Hence, as an aesthetic medium for entertainment, I'm sure we don't have to tell anyone the benefits of music, but therapy is scientific, has been tried out in various hospitals, clinics across the world. And why music, and why are we doing this session today in the midst of this so meaningful program on skills and employability and sustainability within the Northeast and all of India? Because at the key of every student's development, the key to every youth's progress starts with mental health. And like they say that 60% of medical problems across the world are related to the mind. But we don't treat the mind as an organ of the body. We look at it as a metaphysical object. But the brain is as normal as all our organs in the body. We're so worried about cardiac health, about our heart, about our liver, about our stomach, about our gut. But seldom do we think that our brain also has got degenerative, may get degenerated, may need help, may need medication, may need counseling, may need tender loving care. Hence, to break the myth of mental health is extremely important before we start on the journey or embark on a journey of skilling and preparing our youth for Amrit Kal for the next 25 years. And some of the most powerful mediums of mental health can be music, art, dance, literature. The fine arts are called fine not to be for the classes, are called fine because they're really very, very soft and soothing on the senses. The violin is supposedly a Western instrument, but it can play all kinds of music. And why are we calling this session Creativity and Well-Being Through Music? The process of the brain to create something, it doesn't have to be music, to cook a beautiful dish at home, to create your very nice garden, to stitch something out together, to lay a beautiful meal for your family is also an art. And Gold Coast says the most fashionable people in the world are the ones who can cook for themselves. Any kind of engagement of the human mind and body that creates something new out of what we have in our hands is creativity. And the whole creative process enhances the mind and the brain to be agile, to be healthy. In scientific terminology, it's called cognitive preservation. We had Miss Monica talk about well-being and beauty, of course. When endorphins flow in the body, when oxytocin flows in the body, when we do things with people whom we love, when serotonin flows in our body, dopamine flows in our body, we can arrest anti-aging, we can get natural collagen, we can also arrest the onslaught of Alzheimer's and many age-related syndromes. Hence, the weapon of choice that I have is the violin. And I'll show you how music is created and why do we link creativity with music. Why is Harvard also taking up courses with music? We had the USTM Vice Chancellor talk about music as a holistic learning module. All the music in the world is based on these 7 notes. And in the Western world, those notes are do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do. All music in the world, Indian, Western, classical, jazz, rock, folk, fusion, Assamese bihu. I don't know where the students disappeared. They were doing the bihu with me, but suddenly they're gone. They must have had a bus to catch. Any music under the world is based on these 7 notes, and hence they say music is the most powerful form of inclusion. And isn't the fight against exclusion that we have been fighting in the Northeast so many years? How is music created? These 7 notes, if you give to an expert, it's the world of expertise, right? So many fantastic speakers talked about domain knowledge, whether it's IT, technology, finance, science, medical science, artificial intelligence, engineering. It's all about domain. Domain is king, you must have heard it. And we are in an institution which talks about domain and its excellence. So whoever is here from IIT, thanks a lot for being the venue partner for this amazing event. If we give these 7 notes to a classical guru, his domain is the ragas. He or she would create a rag. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. He would create a rag like this. Sa re ga pa ma ga re ga pa ma ga sa pa ma re ma ga. Sa re ga pa da ni sa ni da ni da pa ma ga re ga pa ma ga ma re sa re sa. Rag Bilawal, a morning rag. What if these same 7 notes were given to a music director in Bollywood? Say Shantanu Moitra, let's see what he would create. 7 notes, there's nothing beyond these 7 notes. Sa re ga pa ma ga re ga pa ma ga. Sa pa ma re ma ga. Sa pa ma re ga ma ga. Sa ni sa re. Re ga ma ga. Kya ye bole janu na. Can you guess the song? Jiya dole. Hale hale kyun ye dole janu na. Sa pa ma re pa ma sa pa ma re pa ma. Well, that was, yes, I've never done a workshop anywhere in my life where the audience hasn't clapped after the first song. So, thank you for making it worthwhile. Well, this was a beautiful song, composed a lot of thought. What about a song in a cabaret? Will that have 7 notes? Sappa, da ni sa ni da sappa, da ni sa ni da pa re, re ga ma pa re, ga ma pa ma ga pa re, ga ma ga pa ga re sa. Which song is this? Nahi, 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 ye baatein hai purani. Hai, kaise paheli hai ye also with the 7 notes. Now, these two are different kinds of songs. One is a cabaret, one is a romantic song. It doesn't matter where we belong to, where we come from. What we do with our domain, how we communicate it, is what's going to drive our professional excellence. So no matter what kind of skills we imbibe, the kind of knowledge we gain, the way we express ourselves to our colleagues, to the world, to our customers, is going to determine our existence. Even songs which have got no meaning have got 7 notes. Sariga sare re papa, sariga sare re, sariga sare re papa, sa sare sa ni sa sa. बोले तो कैसे होगी हाय सा पा धा 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 रे नी सा 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 हाय रे हाय हाय रे हाय. Even Munna Bhai song has got 7 notes, and not just songs in Bollywood. Even Hollywood movies have got 7 notes. Tell me which song this is. Sa 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 ni sa ni sa re ga re. Sa 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 ni sa pa. गाना बोलने से नहीं होता है, गाना गाने से होता है. Far across the distance and the spaces between us. Sudhir, students नहीं है भाई. So sad. But we have some people here. Sa 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 ni sa pa. Sa re sa pa ma ga re ga ma ga re sa ni sa. My heart will go on and on. Sa re ga re sa re pa ga pa dha pa ga re tha ni sa re da pa ga sa sa ni sa re ga re sa. I haven't been trained in Western music. My son is a Western pianist. I have never been trained, but I have been trained in one domain of Indian classical music. So the deeper the depth, the wider the expertise. I'm not saying I'm a great singer or a great violinist, but training in one discipline in depth. When I asked my mother, when can I stop playing this rag Bilawal? So boring to play the same rag. She said, you do not stop playing a rag. You keep developing it, discovering it, trying it out over and over again, and you discover various facets of the same rag. Hence, they say, deeper the depth, wider the expertise. And what do businesses want today? We want to create more with less. We have the same talent. We want to skill ourselves further to deliver more for the world. Hence, music, the 7 notes, the way we create them across genres, only 7 notes, but hundreds and thousands and millions and trillions of melodies are being created with the 7 notes, because there is a structure that we follow. There is a theory that we have studied. There is an SOP, a standard operating procedure, every time we do a musical setup. And music is as much a science as much as it's an art. Hence, it's used for creativity. And creativity enhances our brain cells, creates better cognitive preservation. On that note, I'd like to end this section with a highlight piece. It's a Mozart. क्या हमने Mozart सीखा है? बिल्कुल नहीं. I have learned violin from my mother, who taught me only Indian classical music. No matter what language we speak, which part of the world, village we are from, we don't have to be in the Ivy League to do well in life. We need to have the intent to learn, to communicate, and to represent our skills in the best insightful way that we can. Only then can the skill initiative be successful, when students have got calm and composed minds, good mental health, a sense of wanting to learn, and a need to express themselves to the world and to the need of the hour. So Mozart with the same rag Bilawal. Let me see if you can guess this piece. Sa ni sa re ga pa ma ga re sa ni sa re ga pa ma ga re sa ni da pa ma da pa ma ga re ma ga re sa ni sa re. The Titan watches. I think lunch खा के लोग सो गए हैं, so थोड़ा That was Mozart. Well, that was the second thing about music that we discovered today. Everyone knows music is entertainment. We learnt about music, therapy, and creativity. Well, this workshop is usually 2 hours old. 2 hours long. I'm trying to do it in 10 minutes. The third very profound lesson of music or the arts that we must imbibe with our students, youth, executives, leaders, board members, and rulers of nations, that art teaches us the best lesson of working together. The orchestra is the strongest metaphor to learn about leadership, working together, working for a larger goal, working with the small and big pieces together, working with differences, working with all kinds of languages. We have today leather, wind, because my keyboardist didn't arrive, so we have Jogen here. Clap बजाइए भाई, तब से sound check, आधा घंटा आपको sound check में सुनाया, तो clap बजाइए. Dibbajyoti on the tabla. Music also teaches us innovation and adaptation. Because we had a short session, we used the table for the tabla. I didn't sit on the platform because we had to do it fast. So music teaches us, or the engagement of the orchestra teaches us lessons of working together, working, the art of partnerships. It's so nice to say, let's start a joint venture. I'm sure after this conference, so many of us will get together, so many entities will get together to start ventures, grow together. But jab tak art nahi hoga in the relationship, when both sides of the ventures are not maintaining their entities, they will not be able to deliver the best, and we won't be able to create that synergy. Hence, a new offering can only be created when the partnership is artistic, not just a partnership of domains. Hence, along with domain, a leader needs to have the art of working with people, working with differences, working together, and working for the larger cause. And with that note, I'd like to end my session. Sudhir, you said 10 minutes. Can I end with a piece, or? So we did Bollywood, Hollywood, we did Mozart and Rag Bilawal. Where does Assam and its music stand with the music of the world? What is inclusion? Inclusion is not doing Assamese Bihu in Assam and Scottish folk in Scotland. Inclusion is all working together. When we keep working in different silos, we are all different then. Can Assamese Bihu and Rajasthani folk work together? Can Assamese Bihu and Scottish folk work together? Of the bihu, ni saga saga ma ga ma pa ma pa ni sa ni pa ni pa ma ga saga ma ga sa ni pa ni saga ma ga sa ni saga sa. But why can't a bihu artist also play in Scotland, and why can't Scottish musicians also play? It is one world. Like love is universal, humanity is universal, music is universal, and we are all working towards Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The G20 values is water, nature, future, and one world. So culture will connect. And I urge all the entities here, Sudhir and the team, Kalyanji, I can't see him anywhere here, that creative economy, the cultural economy, can actually really contribute towards the larger economy. Only then will we get the circular economy the United Nations is working for. Hence, if people's hearts, cultures, their art and music can support the economy, and why not? We all are earning our livelihoods through music, through the arts, and there are so many. We can be an integral part of the larger economy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Deepak Kasai on the tabla and Jogen Basumatai on the flute. If we have the hall full, you may see us back again in the evening.
So that was Sunita Bhuyan. Let us hear for her once again a huge round of applause. It was her idea to have this session soon after the lunch so that it becomes a ice-breaking session. I hope those who are here enjoyed it. How many have enjoyed it? Wonderful, wonderful. We are happy with the content audience out here. There were students who were supposed to be in the audience. Now they have to leave. Now we'll continue with our sessions, and there are also cultural programs that we lined up for all our esteemed guests who have come from across the country. So without further ado, we will be moving on with our session that is on the perspective of healthcare. I would request all the esteemed audience who are on the back rows, please occupy the first rows over here so that we can have a direct connect with the panelists who are going to join on the stage. Please join us on the front rows, first 3 rows in these 2 sections. Meanwhile, the moment
By the time it is clear, can we talk about her?
yeah, sure.
On behalf of all of us, I can tell you one good thing. Since there are no children in the room, we became truly children. The child in us allowed us to listen, to respond, and to sing along with you and to guess all the songs. जो बचपन में सुना है, जो कभी नहीं सुना है, we have taken every moment to remember. One grand appreciation from all our kids in our heart for her. And it is online also. No, we could not have people here. It is live going on. So we believe that there are more people listening and understanding the fun what we wanted to give. And the learnings from you speakers, it is still valuable. Hall to khali nahi hai. People here on the cameras also. So your live is active, we are active, and everybody is active. I request, gear up yourself for the next thing. Give us 2 minutes to set the things properly, and then we'll good to go.
Thank you for your patience. Our next session will highlight the biggest challenge that the country faces in the realm of healthcare in terms of its affordability and accessibility. Assam is no exception, and as a matter of fact, good healthcare is the need of the hour. This session will shed light on the several opportunities for investments in the healthcare sector in Assam, along with the delivery of quality healthcare in rural areas. The topic of the panel is the perspective of healthcare leaders, building future-ready healthcare ecosystem.
On this panel today we have Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, Managing Director, KIMS Hospitals, Dr. V. Rakesh, President, Telangana Hospitals and Nursing Homes Association.
Can we have a round of applause for the speakers, please?
Shri K.T. Devanand, Regional CEO, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh Cluster, Aster DM Healthcare. Shri Abhijit Singh, Chief Operation Officer, Apollo Hospitals, GS Road, Guwahati. Shri Pravin Bardhan, CEO and Vice Chairman, CureTech Solution India Private Limited, Care for You Healthcare Solution Private Limited, Telangana and Odisha. Dr. Vinod Kumar C., Group Head, SCM Jahangir Hospitals, Pune. Dr. N.N. Datta Sir, CMD, Downtown Hospitals, Guwahati. We request Shri N. Bhutalingam Sir, MRICS, Vice President and Business Unit Head of Health, L&T Constructions, to join us on the stage and moderate the session.
Can we have a round of applause again, please, for all the distinguished speakers on the dais?
We have been listening from morning, evening, and everywhere, whenever we put our phone, that digitalization. Yes, we are in the true digital era. Children have taken the links, live links also, and there are many people watching it. And now people are more flexible after the lockdown. Recorded session देखने का और अच्छा लग रहा है उन लोगों का. So these sessions are also being recorded and then reposted. So let us give all our energies as live as we can and as enthusiastic as we are from the morning. So we wish whatever the good things come from you should be heard and be felt from heart of us also. Thank you so much. Check. See, my mic person who gave me mic is very enthusiastic rather than all of us. Madam, एक बार hello बोलो mic में check करेंगे. हाँ मस्त है madam. Sir, even he should feel happy when you speak on these mics, huh? Whom should I start with? Second, I'll play somewhere. Then
Yes, we can. Yeah, good evening to one and all present here. I think it's really a tough session at this point of time. Even though a lot of eminent panelists are available, the audience are seems to be very less. Hopefully,
camera mein, sir, no more less.
it seems we had strategically discussed outside the conference room. Let us discuss internally ourselves and how to take it forward. Now that also one more strategy we evolved during the discussion, especially on the lunchtime. See, basically, if you see this, panelists, most of the people are veterans in the particular area. I think to begin with, I think all of you know about. Morning we discussed about Dr. Krishan Rao. He's a MD and chairman of the KIMS hospital. The hospital is available. He's having more than 12 hospitals. And Dr. Rakesh is also the chairman of IMA and again from Thana, especially on Telangana and Andhra Pradesh available. And Mr. Abhijit is available from Apollo Hospital. Mr. Pravin, who is the entrepreneur. I think morning we talked about entrepreneurship. Basically, he started as an engineer and moved to the software and again into the entrepreneurship, basically into clinical side of this healthcare. And we also, Mr. Devanand and the veteran, Devanand actually from Aster Healthcare. He talks about Medicity and the great senior most Dr. Mr. Datta. Basically he is one of the founder chairman of this Downtown Hospital, Guwahati. See, basically in the healthcare system is concerned, today is after the pandemic, globally people realize the importance of the healthcare. So what we thought was, okay, slightly we discuss about how the system evolved, maybe in terms of the past. Today, what are the things presently what we are doing? And then we can go to the theme of future ready. Basically, what we're supposed to do in the future as a healthcare ecosystem. That's basically agenda. And if you see, I think most of you might have seen, basically, especially from Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, he, in his, one of the objectives he made very clearly, enhancing both human and infrastructural capacity, increase accessibility, and targeting specific ailments. I think which morning many of us talked about, including medical tourism hub in the Northeastern hub. And second, as a part of National Health Mission, they also mentioned about their mission, attainment of universal access to equitable, affordable, and quality healthcare services in the state of Assam. With this keep in mind, and with this, the present system with the future ready, what we are supposed to do in the future on the healthcare system, we'll straight away go to the subject. And before going to this subject, and we also want to know the present system, I think there are a lot of ifs and buts, a lot of challenges, and many of us know about how this health policy evolves. And today we are trying to address some non-communicable diseases. We also know lifestyle diseases. We are addressing lifestyle diseases. There is a lot of study talk about in terms of your what you call in terms of cancer, which is especially in the northern eastern part. There are different study talks about different things. Again, what is the authenticity of the information statistics available? We all have to evolve. And second, in terms of this, if you see the India's population, predominantly most of the people are in this below poverty, maybe, and more than 70% of the people are in the rural area. How we are going to address this one? And the life expectancy, I think some of you talked about wellness. I think most of the people talk about wellness in the morning. Also, Madam talked about wellness. Again, today also we emphasize about the wellness. Their life expectancy, it has been increased as per the survey from 69 to 70 in 2023. And most of the people are going towards proactively how we can able to maintain the wellness. That is one of the things evolving, not only in terms of diagnostics, in terms of wellness, how it evolves. And again, today challenge, I think many of the people, there are some mixed feelings from the people, especially the industry, healthcare spending. So morning also Dr. Bhaskar talked about GDP. We are spending only around 2.5% of GDP compared to the developed countries, which is more than 17%. In the US is spending about 17%, where in India we are spending only 2.5%. Are we geared up for that expenditure in terms of healthcare? We also having an aspiration to grow. At the same time, we're having the sufficient allocation of the budget. That is one side of the coin. If you see the other side of the coin, government has come with the Ayushman Bharat. Even them to covering the insurance for about 5 lakh per people. So are we really utilizing this scheme? Really, whether could be able to utilize the scheme? How many people are awareness? There's a recent study tells about even though scheme is available, the utilization of is only in some limited states they are utilizing the facility. Other states they are not utilizing. That is one of the challenges. And in addition to that, we also talked about, I think morning also some of the speaker talked about especially doctor to population, patient population, or in terms of your medical colleges, again number of beds to the population in comparison with the World Health Organization where we stand. We are a long way to go. Again, we are also have the aspiration of medical tourism hub, especially not only in the southern part, it is in even northeastern hub. So are we getting into the global NABH accreditation or JC accreditation? These are some of the things which is in the healthcare industry. With this background, let us begin this session with the first question being to the Dr. Bhaskar Rao. See, basically, today we are talking about a lot of things in the healthcare. I think, Doctor, you can explain about what are the best practices, what we are following globally, and what we are doing in India, and what are the things we can able to take it from the global and which we can able to implement in India.
See, there is a misconception of health. Everybody thinks if it is ill health, that is a health. It's not true. The health is defined as physically, emotionally, and socially is fit enough, then only we will call as a health. So whenever a person comes, we need not look into only the disease and then treat. We need to cover these three aspects of it. How to cover that, that is the most important thing where we can able to look into the best practices. There are few important practices that we need. There is a clinical governance. The clinical governance says, one, whatever the person that comes to us, are we giving an effective treatment for them? Unless you don't give an effective treatment, there is no point treating just like that. Is it necessary to do? Can it be postponed? Can it be delayed? Just because somebody is having some disease, we need to be able to tell. That is very, very unethical. For example, there are by birth we have small holes in the heart. What we call as a PFO, which is there before birth. Because of that hole, the body from mother to baby will come blood circulation. Some of them will be a pinhole, but there are people who can able to close that. This is not required. So that means the effectiveness of a treatment is, once you treat, whether he is going to be come out very well and live up to the physically, emotionally, socially, and we will able to cure that in that one. By doing that effectiveness, we need to be able to understand the disease pattern. It is not only treating the disease pattern, then we need to also do the audit by previous periodical checks. When patient is coming, am I giving a good treatment which is effective for lifelong? Second important thing, we need to do the research. When we keep doing the research, there is innovative methodologies, you will be able to get it. Once you get the innovative methodologies, then you will be able to make it very fine treatment. For example, if we talk about 50 years back, what is healthcare? What is today is a sea change. That is all because of the put a questions on ours. If I can't do this, if I can do this way, how it can be able to helpful. There are many times when we were students, for any gastric problem, we used to do an operation called GJ, vagotomy. Today, that operation is totally disappeared. There are medicines has come. These are all because of innovative things. Similarly, we need to be able to learn from the feedbacks. Whatever is the patient gives, whatever is there, with these feedbacks, we need to be able to look into that. And we also keep checking the mortality, morbidity meetings we will be able to conduct. Once you start doing all those things, if some patient dies, that doesn't mean what you have done the entirely is the benefit. They will always say feedback, you go and postmortem, where went wrong, why we could not have done the other treatment, that will be able to help for the new patients. These are all the certain protocols and systems we create as far as the treatment is concerned. Similarly, there are many mishappenings that will be happening in even the developed countries also. One of the example is, the famous actress Sridevi was supposed to operate one side, they operated on the other side in America. So the thing is that protocols and systems what we created, smooth functioning of all the human beings, non-medical people, so that we can able to set right those things, those mishappenings may not happening. These are all the certain things which we are able to do it because of a less number of hospitals, less number of doctors when compared to per population. What is happening is we are overburdened. That's why some of the doctors will be keep seeing 100, 200 patients a day and also writing so many investigations. Whereas in the Western world, everything will be an appointment. If you come in that, you can spend a lot of time with the patient, understand the entire thing. It is not only that, after treating, again we also need to mention according to the definition of health, we also should be able to give a preventive measures. There are many things which you able to, some of the people have so many bad habits, like smoking, drinking, diabetes, all these things. It is not just giving a treatment itself. You also explain them, teach them, not only to the patient, it's also to the patient attenders, what precautions we should be able to take it so that you don't increase this disease and you don't even get into the complications of the disease which created, like any hypertension, diabetes, smoking will always create a lot of complications. These can be postponed if you are able to explain to the patient properly and also tell them these are all the practices that we need to do as a good human being or a doctor himself should be able to implement, then the patients will get the maximum benefit out of it. I think these are all the certain important things. There are many doctors who are practicing it. There are some of them are not able to practice. So with this, that's what morning I was telling about. If there is a proper clinical governance comes by appointment system, by what is that, there is a proper degrees that they have, everybody has their own way of treating the patients, a system, a protocol based. If there is a system like a bypass surgery needs to be done, there is some protocols, some meds, like suppose if a liver transplant has to do, when to do, how to do, not that just having a disease, there is no need to do it. We can wait. There is those protocols we need to follow. These are all bidirectional. Some of the doctors will do, some of the patients will come and force the doctors, I want to get it done in next 6 hours. If you don't investigate properly, they always say that you are not investigated. And there are people who come back and say that I have a headache, please do me a CT scan. God only knows CT scan how he is going to identify the headache problem or cure the headache problem. Like that, there is a lot of awareness has to come from the public as well as to the patient to implement a good practices and allow the doctors to practice independently.
Thank you, doctor. Yeah. So thank you, doctor, for your feedback on that. I think over to Mr. Devanand. You also please explain on the best practices in the healthcare industry, especially the clinical portion of what we are doing within Assam.
I'm actually not an expert in talking about Assam. I think we have experts sitting here. While I'll talk about the best practices that's prevalent in the industry, when you talk about healthcare, how many of you have gone to a hospital at in some point of time? Everybody would have gone to hospital. By birth, you will be born in some hospital, obviously. Then, other than that, how many of you have had bad experiences with hospitals? Yeah, I can see a lot of hands coming up. Yeah. So these experiences could be due to different things, like our Bhaskar Rao sir was saying. It could be due to the expertise of the clinician. It could be due to the process failure of the hospital. So when you look out for a hospital from the outside and evaluate it, you feel that a doctor is coming, treating, nurses giving some medications, but it actually is a very complex structure. Like Ms. Sunita was saying, it's a kind of teamwork that, it's a kind of symphony in action, because everything has to fall in place. Otherwise, anybody coming to a hospital is in pain. No one comes to a hospital just for pleasure. We always say that the only category who come to a hospital and gets out with happiness is only one category, which is that? Which category? A category of patients come to hospital, they go happily after discharge. Delivery, they go with a child. Otherwise, everyone comes with the pain, goes out with the pain because of the bill. So obviously, both sides is pain only. And to add to that, you have the turnaround time. Turnaround time basically is the waiting time that you have. Doctor comes in the morning, tells you discharge. 10 o'clock, the doctor would have told discharge, and you get discharged at 6 o'clock in the evening. She said, what the hell is happening, right? So these kind of things are there. So there are a lot of best practices that we all try as administrators, and we have very senior people sitting here. They all have been, struggling to make the process more simpler, more robust, more patient-friendly. So that is one. So few things on the turnaround time. Second is something which we all look up to, different good institutes which have put in good processes. We all learn from each other how they are doing it well. So we try to bring it. It can be an OP waiting time. It can be a discharge waiting time. It can be a pharmacy, medicine dispensing time. There are a lot of turnaround times in a hospital. Lab results. Second important thing is that, when a hospital you take treatment and then go out, usually there is no follow-up done from many hospitals. So there's a process, or there's a new thing which is coming called the care continuum. So even after the patient get discharged, there is a follow-up happening to the patient to check how are you feeling, how did you, were you happy with the treatment, are you having any problems? So there is that new thing, it's called PRAME and PROME in patient-reported outcome measures and expectant measures also. So these kinds of things are evaluated. Then comes the biggest issue of affordability. Many people can't afford a hospital treatment. So we try to reduce the cost by bringing in more efficiency into practice. We try and understand the best practices at other hospitals, how they're trying to reduce the cost to a certain extent so that the burden of the bill can be brought down. So various means, on a broad level when you look at it, in India as a country, we have a very good system of 3-tier healthcare system, which is working well in comparison to many other countries across the globe. We have a fantastic system. Because of that, at least healthcare is, at least at this point of time, affordable to the mass. But there is always this allocation issue. We always see that the allocation to healthcare, even though it's a very big, major sector, like general public, for us, how many of you go for a general annual checkup in a year? I can see only one hand going up. 2, yeah. So that's it. That's the least priority for us, our own health. When you buy a mobile, when you buy a car, when you buy, sari, you do so much of research, right? But when it comes to your own health, we feel we are healthy, no need of taking care of it, And when you, that's what Bhaskar Rao sir also was trying to tell, you go to a hospital when you are ill. Let us come out of that myth. Let's go to a hospital when you are well. Let's try to, prevent things from happening so that, you don't have to spend more money. So that's something, the preventive wellness is something which we all have to focus. So that way, even if you look at it, the governments are not spending, sorry to make a sarcastic statement here, the spending that is allocated to health is very, very low in our country, which needs to be enhanced. Then comes the issue of universal healthcare, which we are talking about, where, Ayushman Bharat and all those things have come. How many of you, I don't know whether have gone through the possibly, other than the people who are in the industry will look at the Ayushman Bharat rates and all. So many of the rates, these are all driven from some, existing central schemes. And when you really want to give a quality care at those rates in the hospitals, it's very difficult to match the cost, existing inflation and the other things. It's very difficult. So government, instead of starting more hospitals, adding more number of beds, it should actually support the private sector also by investing more on such schemes, so the private also will get benefited out of it. So on the broad level, these are the things on the public level, the government level, they should look at. At the hospital level, I mentioned like the turnaround time, the affordability, the accessibility, and then technology. We at Aster, we have a good hospital, that's what moderator was saying, which is at Kochi, Kerala, Aster MedCity. So we also try to bring in a lot of technological innovations, like the robotic surgeries. We have probably the first robotic pharmacy in India, where the robots dispense your medicines. So a lot of technology is coming in. But I find it very surprising to note that in India, very low amount of focus is given on devising or strategizing focus on medical devices. We don't invent any device here. So I think we are sitting in IIT. So I was discussing with IRSR also, that I think they have already taken a step and they are already doing a lot of good work. So I think a lot more such research, innovation, technology, adoption should come in. So these are some of the best practices that others have done. So we should also emulate that. Thank you.
I think you talked about the hospital, especially in terms of how government can help on the private sector, and basically you also talked about expensive, especially on that. So before getting into these, now you also talked about some of the challenges, especially. So before getting into the accessibility and affordability, maybe my question to Dr. Datta sir. See, basically today, even though we are developing this healthcare infrastructure, what do you find the challenges and the opportunities as a healthcare system at present?
Most of you, I am also a medical doctor. But in IIT, you get all PhDs. They do research and for the benefit of the medicine also. When I studied in 60, besides X-ray, ultrasound was not there. CT was, of course, not there. And in the ICU also, ventilator was not there. And then so many good monitors were not there. So I remember on my teacher, you must be remember, Dr. Jogesh Mahanto. He was the principal of our college and he was a very good surgeon. He said that if you want to become a surgeon, you must have eagle's eyes, then lion's heart, and lady's finger. I don't know why he said lady's finger. Nowadays, I should not say. So many crimes are being committed by ladies, but fingers must be very soft. So after that, slowly, L&T, so many new machines came. Now, at that time, the most common operation was exploratory laparotomy. You open the abdomen and find out what is there. And Sir used to say that abdomen is a magic box. You are thinking there is a stone, but there may be a tumor. So nowadays it is so good. Ultrasound is there, CT is there, MRI is there, endoscope. You pass the endoscope through the stomach up to jejunum, and colonoscope is there. You can make a diagnosis beforehand. So now facilities have definitely facilitated a lot of patients to get benefit. But only problem, cost has gone up. I am in a private medical institution, so cost has gone up because after laparotomy, patient can be sent back next day after removal of a stone from the gallbladder. Previously 7 days they were there. So cost becomes, because laparoscopic Karlstorz is the most important thing, not L&T. So better sets are coming up, and all surgeons they said, please get this set because this is better. Even stone from ureter can be removed by laparoscopics. Even now, even heart surgery is being done by endoscopic surgery. And previously heart operation was about 6 inches or so, but now 2 inches. And brain surgery has become very easy. When I was there in AIMS, my teacher, Dr. Abron, I don't know, he died recently. He was my teacher. He was very heroic surgeon. There's a tumor in brain, pituitary. Pituitary is a bandmaster of human endocrine system. So he said that let us try the pituitary through the nose. And he was very successful. He went through the nose because the pituitary sits above the nasal, sinus. So he removed it, and it was a heroic thing. But after that, we said, sir, please do again. No, I am not doing. It is so risky. Patient may have some problem. Nowadays, neurosurgeon can do. Again, this is the root, nose and side. So things have improved so much, but cost has definitely gone up. And patients' expectations are also much more. Nowadays, when a patient comes, if you say that you need this operation, patient will ask, why should I need this operation? Because they have already read the disease in the Googles or in the book also. Some intelligent patient, they study the book also. They come, no, I don't want to go for this operation, you please give us separate suggestion. Then again, some complications are there, and complications, once complications are there, the codes are there, compensation you read in the newspaper. So one thing is very good, NABH, National Accreditation Board of Hospital. We have got accreditation for 10 years, and we have completed this time 264 items. And they say, NABH says that before you take the patient to the operation theater or any other community, you explain to him in details about the disease and also consequences of the operation or other treatment you are doing. And that has helped us in a big way. I was in France learning for ear surgery. They are not in England. England it was not there, but France has found it that what operation they were doing, they are showing it to the students and also to the attendants. So attendance, the advantage is, suppose ear surgery is very small ossicles are there. They say that I thought this ossicle was damaged, but I find the other two ossicles are also damaged. So what should I do? If I remove all the ossicles, hearing will not come up. Then the attendants, they say, sir, please do. Please do not do. Then there has been so many cases where hysterectomy had to be done after pregnancy because excessive bleeding is there and doctor has been prosecuted. So this is a very good system. You have a CCTV in the OT and also CCTV in the attendance room. Then you can explain to them that this is the thing. There is serious bleeding. You cannot stop sometimes. Doctors are not God. Sometimes so much bleeding is there after the operation, then you cannot stop and patient may die. Very rarely nowadays. Lots of blood can be given. So I think things have improved, but in private hospital, they ask why so much costly? Because the machines now, MRI, what MRI was there previously, now new MRI is coming up. CT scan also has come up. And so cost has gone up. And in private, the government does not support us with machine and thing. And I am waiting. That day I met one young scientist, one girl. She is known to me. Then I asked her, what are you doing? She got 1 crore from Modi's that startup. She said, I am doing brain mapping. What is that brain mapping? Well, I shall know the psychological condition of the patient. That's a great thing. I was very happy because patients die. So many suicide cases are there. Psychiatric patients are there. If in the MRI I have heard, you will know better, that you can study the condition of the brain, what the patient is thinking. Because mental health is a big problem. I think I am waiting for that brain mapping and an MRI which can give diagnosis, and that will save a lot of young people. Yesterday, one young person, he was standing in the rail station. It was in the newspaper. He rang up his wife. I am fine, don't worry. After that, he jumped in front of the train. So I think better days are coming for doctors also, because doctors are suits are there. Many cases are there against the doctors. Then doctors can defend themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you also talked about today's how this human mentality works. Basically, most of the people are not having, especially restless when you come to these hospitals, especially in a private hospital. When they come, they don't have patience. They want everything to be done immediately. They might take an online appointment. They can't able to wait. They put a lot of pressure. There are a lot of challenges you also told about. I think there's an opportunity also. The technology has given both challenges and opportunities. I think to add upon what everybody said, today we are getting into latest technologies, maybe the robotic laboratory, or in terms of robotic surgicals. And in the morning also we talked about, some of the speakers talked about robotics. Is going to be a lot of technology comes in the healthcare system. So I think being a skill development session, I think we all have to, that's a whole industry has to upskill and reskill, especially on this system, basically on this technology part, which I want to emphasize here. Maybe we have to see that even including capability building as a whole for the industry. And second, I think most of us, we also having concern, especially on this, in terms of accessibility and affordability. It's not like that all our populations are, upper middle class or rich people. Today, when we are having a mixed population, I think, what is your opinion, how we can able to make the healthcare system accessible to every individual people of this corner of this, Indian citizen, or how it be able to make it affordable? Maybe you can able to elaborate. In addition to that, you also can what suggestion we have to give to the policy makers, because in the end of the day, we also have to give some of the thought process to the policy makers so that they can able to do that one. Over to you, Dr. Mr. Rakesh.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. People on the stage and off the stage. I would like to take you into a different perspective. The health per se in India has two parts to it. One elaborated by the government side, one by the private side. So government side usually gives up to 20 to 30% of the healthcare is given by the government system, while rest 70% is given by the private healthcare sector. Again, in this, we have got primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. So 10% of the corporates which we see here speaking give this care, which is high-end care that is available in the cross-section of the society. But majority of us are dependent on these small, intermediate, and mid-segment sized hospitals. So from Telangana, I represent both the association, the Small Hospitals Association, that is TANA, and the mid-segment hospitals, that is Network Hospitals, that is TANHA. So from that perspective, when I look at it, what is the primary difference between both this government and the private sector? So government sector, it is available, it is in close proximity to the people, cost effective, but it is underfunded, understaffed, and not rising up to expectations. Private, once we come into the private sector, all these are different, but the only problem is the cost. So this is one of the primary objections that across the society we find raised by everyone. Now, why this cost is increasing in this corporate sector? There is a realistic analysis is done by many of us across the cross section of us, and we decide on the rate. Now, you want this particular rate to be reduced to make it affordable. To a point, a concession can be made. But if it is enforced, you are compromising on the quality care. So are we interested in a quality care? Are we interested in a quantity care? Now, what is that we want? So once it's quality care, the government has to decide on two things. One, whether it wants a quality health care at an affordable cost, and to differentiate between both a BPL population, one strata where it improves its health infrastructure by the conventional means, as sir was saying. Open laparotomy was the procedure of choice. Then came the specific surgeries that went on. So what we need to do now in this present scenario is, how do we reduce the cost for the hospital? The cost of a hospital is not just dependent on the robotics or the recent advancements. Right from the inception of the hospital till its regular day-to-day costs to its, the monthly budgetary that has to be allocated. All these determine the cost of a particular procedure or something. For example, I'll give you an example. A cesarean section or an appendix, surgery laparoscopically done, the average cost for a mid-segment or high-segment hospital is between 75,000 to a lakh rupees. So depending upon the strata of that hospital, a particular patient. Now what happens is, the government wants us to do this, price capping is done, it has to be done at 25,000. Now what is it that determines my workflow is the number of cases I do with the frequency of the money that is released. So I have a prime example for us as far as this affordability is concerned is Ayushman Bharat. Most of you may not know, this Ayushman Bharat is a brainchild of a project called as Arogyashri that was implemented in Andhra and Telangana. Bhaskar Rao Garu was one of the key pioneers in trying to implement that particular scheme in our system. But unfortunately, as the duration of payment, the priorities of the government in question are going to come, it is going to cause a lot of disturbance, financial disturbance to the organizing hospital. So private healthcare in toto is getting disturbed by these mechanisms which are not thought of. Now next, in case electricity charges, for example, I just put across to you, most of us run electricity at a domestic rate of 4 rupees per unit. Imagine a hospital pays a 20 rupees per unit a commercial rate. So where does this cash has to be diversified? Obviously it has to be diversified on the patients. So this is, there are certain examples to put you in short. what has happened is, without having a uniform outlook on healthcare, it is like having an international standardization, national ambitions, state priorities, and village rates. This is, in short, the healthcare has changed now too. So it has jeopardized the government infrastructure, it has jeopardized the private infrastructure. And at the end, neither the end user, that's the customer, that's the patient, nor the service provider, that's the hospital, nor the administration of the hospital, nor the government, neither of us are happy with it. So what changes needs to happen in this particular scenario are something where we make a comprehensive outlook as to whether we want to go ahead with what type of structure of policy. Now we have private insurances. Now looking at these government insurances, they are also getting spoiled, and it's going to be a new headache for all healthcare service providers in us. So in short, I would like to get to the notice of the moderator here that a policy decision shift needs to be made and a priority has to be set right for us to give a better healthcare across the PAN section. We have BPL population. Why only BPL population have to be given better healthcare? Why not a person who is paying? It's after all you and I who are paying the capital investment in the form of taxes. Why shouldn't we get a proper health care? Why shouldn't we get a health card with which we can go into a hospital and take a quality health care? So why are we not addressing this? So once we address this primary question, then probably the health care will change. It's not just for BPL, it's for quality universal health care for all. Everyone should have in their strata of domain. Maybe you are in a 10K zone, you are in a 1 lakh zone, you are in a 2 lakh zone, your IT shows. Depending upon that, you will be given a card, a white card, yellow card, pink card, green card, XYZ card. So you go to a hospital, it is determined that you can get these structures. So for those structures, I will do a policy making of my cost constraints. So cost analysis for my hospital, I can do it better because I only know how much cost I have invested in it, what is my running capital, what is my XYZ in that capital intensive system. So whatever are the charges that I put forth have to be deliberated. That's as simple as that. Once we can get across to a policy like this, probably every structure, however costly it may be, however less costly it might be, we would be able to give a universal health care for all. That's in short I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. I think more you emphasize on the capex and opex part. Basically, how it affects your, especially in terms of your cost of quality health care. We noted your point. At the same time, you also suggested about in terms of how we can able to create a solution in terms of concessions or other things which you can able to take as a ministry level. They can able to take it as a policy. Maybe as this point is very, very important today, being in a in a country like us is very, very important, accessibility and affordability. Maybe I will take little more time and to have add 2 more speakers, especially Mr. Abhijit Singh, who is representing from Apollo, and Dr. Bhaskar Rao also, because this is very, very important, which the message has to go to the concerned people to initiate the appropriate actions. I think with everybody's permission, I'm taking to 2 more speakers. I think Mr. Abhijit Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you look at healthcare at large in India, I mean, there are 2 paradigms here. One is health, is the moment from health to wellness. So healthcare today is not just what happens in the hospital, in the 4 walls of the hospital. It is before it, during the hospitalization, and much after it. So we could move a lot of the care, outside the hospital setting, which in turn addresses the challenge of cost as well. The other paradigm is obviously the coupling of Heal by India with Heal in India. So we're trying to create as many doctors, as many nurses, as many paramedical staff to support the infrastructure here. And while the title of this conference is Rising Northeast, I think it should be Shining Northeast, because Northeast clearly is shining today. And if you look at Assam, for example, I mean, we have 11 medical colleges for a population of about 3 crores, and the government is talking of 8 more colleges. So I think there is great thrust on infrastructure development of healthcare, which is going to address the cost challenge to a very large extent, in my opinion, because as many more hospitals, we have that advantage. We already have an advantage of price. The Indian quality is unmatched as far as healthcare is concerned. I mean, the number of JCI, NABH accredited hospitals speaks volumes for the quality of care which we deliver. And with these two addressed, we could look at the price challenge being addressed. And obviously, we at Apollo in the Northeast have been working with some of the governments very closely, especially on telehealth initiatives. And just to give you, sir, a perspective on how we've been able to do it, with the government of Meghalaya, we run 5 digital dispensaries. And when we say that these digital dispensaries are not just teleconsults, we've taken it one level up, wherein we are able to do at least 25 lab tests, dispense about 83 essential medications, and do specialist and super specialist consults. And we've so far, in the few months since this project has started, we've been able to do about 7,000 consults, dispensed about 3,000 plus medication prescriptions. We've done about 4,600 lab tests, about 2,000 general consults, about 5,000 specialist consults, and we've also been able to do a lot of camps on non-communicable diseases. Sorry. A similar project we've implemented in Tripura, where we run 1 tele-emergency, 1 digital dispensaries, and 6 mobile medical units. So, and these projects have, touched about 5,000 lives as well. So, we've been able to really take healthcare beyond the metro locations and what this has done, because these people would have had to travel to, either the state capitals, or which in case of Meghalaya would be Shillong, and then if they require a higher treatment, they would have, come down to Guwahati or gone down to any of the other metro locations. But then what this has done is that only the people requiring the urgent medical attention are now coming to hospitals. So we're looking at, as a group, we are looking at healthcare not just in hospitals, but we're looking at healthcare more holistically. With that, obviously, is an objective to keep costs in control and to reach out to a wider population.
So, quality healthcare, how to improvise the quality healthcare in this country. Anything which we are talking about, any issue that comes, we need to go to the root cause. Why it is happening? How many of you feel that healthcare is very expensive? I'm sure all of them will raise. But it is, in my view, it's absolutely no cost. It is only lack of knowledge how it is happening. See, first of all, how these diseases, how much we spend to get a disease? Disease is freely you are getting, or you spend some money? Huh? Minimum 20 lakhs if you spend, then only you get a disease. Minimum 20 lakhs. To get a disease, you have to spend minimum 20 lakhs. Otherwise, you won't get diseases. As I said, health is a physically, emotionally, socially. How you are getting diseases? Physically, we are totally zero. If you talk about our parents, they are physically fit. Till 70 years or 80 years, I don't think they would have been visited a doctor. Why? They have good air, no pollution, physical exercise is good, fresh food. Whereas today, I went to the school at the age of 6. My grandchild is going to the school at the 15th month. Okay? We have plenty of playground in the school. But today, the schools are on compound walls. Everybody is focusing on air condition. Not only air condition, everybody wants to 99% marks. 9. So, if entire population gets 99.9%, Where will all they go? So that's why morning, evening, extra classes, so many things, that's why the physical is gone. Emotionally, everybody wants to become greedy. They want to make it so blood pressure is getting tension, earning money, time spent on the road. Socially, if somebody is going on bench car, I need to go to a bench car. So you are comparing, your expectations are increasing. That's how you spend a lot of money to get diseases, okay? Whether in the form of smoking, the amount of money you invest on smoking to get a disease, the amount of alcohol the amount of money you invest in alcohol, with all the junk food or lack of exercise, even if you sit in the house, even to close your door, you have a remote. You have to close your switch on or switch off the TVs also, you have a remote. So where is the physical exercise? Even to, from house, get into the car, AC car, and go to the hospital or go to the office, take the lift, and you go to the AC room and come back. Where is the exercise? These are all how you are able to buy the diseases. So when we buy a disease by spending 20 lakhs, if the person wants to spend for 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs in the hospital, they feel very frustrated. So even if you are able to put it in a proper manner, health is also making money. Health, disease is also making money. Going to the hospital is also making money. You understood this? How many of you have insurance? Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? You buy a house, you do insurance. You buy a car, you do insurance. You buy a scooter, you do insurance. You also do insurance for your suitcases when you travel overseas. But you don't do the insurance for your own health. Without health, you can't earn money. Health is wealth. So you people don't even do health insurance. You know what is the cost of health insurance? It's affordable for every person. You know the cost of health insurance? It's a cup of coffee. It's a cup of coffee. The health insurance is a cup of coffee. I'll tell you how. Every cup coffee comes around 20 rupees. Okay, minimum put it 20 rupees. You take 2 cups of coffee every day, 40 rupees. So 365 days, how much it comes? Nearly 1500 rupees. 15,000 rupees. Yeah. 15,000. A family of 4 people, 3 people, 45,000 rupees. If you pay 45,000 rupees for the insurance, you get not less than 10 lakhs worth for the entire family. Okay? Sorry? Okay, even 20 lakhs if you get it, you can write royal to go any hospital. The cost of a hospital expenditure varies from 1 lakh to 1 crore. Quality will come with a cost. We are all being habituated over a period of time. Health should be borne by the government at free of cost. That is the only mindset that all of us has. So if you people are able to do a mixture of the government comes with a policy where at least a minimum of 50,000 or 1 lakh universally you do insurance for everybody. It doesn't cost much. Then over and above, if anybody wants, they can able to pay from their own pocket so that they can spend for 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs. Buying health care is cheaper than providing health care. Government should be able to understand the Ayushman Bharat, what they are spending is not even the budget of the entire Assam, for the entire country of 50 lakh population. So that is buying. The purchasing of health care from a healthcare provider is less expensive than providing the day when you are talking about the healthcare budget in the state, how much they are spending, but the amount of treatment that they are getting by the public institutions, if compared to versus all the state government schemes like either Ayushman Bharat, Arogyasri, that's where the Arogyasri scheme has been created. I am the chief architect of that and implemented. but today it has been misused by many people. That is the one scheme which brought the government into power back. That's the reason they have been misusing every disease they are adding into the Ayushman Bharat or Arogyasri. So if we are able to really look into that, health is not an expensive thing. We don't understand that. We have to make a preventive and as well as the, I don't say that you should not have all these habits, but you should be limited these habits. Everybody has to enjoy the life. Everybody has to be happy. But in a limited sense, it will be able to help. If it is more than that, it will be able to destroy your health. When you are destroying and then you either come back on the hospitals or come back on the government, nobody is able to help, we are there. Today, it's a fact, the people who admit in the hospitals, by the time they get discharged, the people who are above poverty line, by the time they get discharged, they all fall, 40% of the patients fall below poverty line. It's a very expensive, there is no doubt in it. Health quality will come at a cost. Your life is more important than your money. The whole life, what you earn, for whose sake? You need quality. Quality comes at a cost. 50 years back, there is only one doctor for the entire body. There is only one X-ray was available very rarely. Today in radiology, it has gone up to an X-ray to an MRI which is costing around 15 crores. How do you able to provide the same cost for everybody? So you need to able to evolve the mechanisms, how we are evolving to earn more and more money. Like that you evolve your own thing. If any one of you know the budget, it is even, forget about the cup of coffee, it is even if you 5% of your income in a yearly you spend on your health, which you are working for it, it will become easy. You save a lot of money. You don't need to below poverty line. There are many people who do insurance for 4 years. They don't get a disease. They will stop. I didn't get a disease. They will get tension in that. With that, they will get by BP. Because I have unnecessarily wasted my money. He stopped it. Next year, you will get a disease. So, insurance company will not pay. See, you are buying a car for 10 years. Whether it makes an accident or not, you keep paying. Similarly, we need to be able to take care of our health by paying insurance. You need not dependent on anyone. If there is no health, your entire family on the roads. A person who is money earner, if he is sick, the entire family go into roads. So we need to take precautions. First, we need to be able to concentrate. You become a busy. We are all busy. Till 70 years, I haven't got any disease. We keep doing all physical exercise, good food, little bad habits. Without bad habits, you can't able to sustain. The GDP will go down. Sorry? Yeah, homemade also now what happened? If you cook once, you eat for 10 days. The microwaves, so much of cancer it will produce. Whereas in olden age, in villages, every day they have morning fresh, evening fresh. So healthcare is very easy, provided if you people are able to understand, spend little money on insurance, you don't need to worry, and this insurance also you can basically keep on increasing depending upon your age. You start with 1 lakh, you can go up to 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore. That is one way. Second thing is, we are the one who are going to, we don't need to demand the government. Government cannot provide everything free. We need to spend ourselves. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to take care of our health. Everybody can afford the health care, provided if they do. If they can able to do, then we can also bring down the cost. The cost will come down by volume, not by improperly use the quality. Quality has to be there, infrastructure has to be there, then we need to be able to see all these things. This is the way which can able to help the patient, the public, and as well as the government to come back. Today, 140 crore population, if everybody spends 1,000 crores, 1,000 rupees per year, 1,40,000 crores On our own, if we spend, every one of us will get a good health. We are not spending even 40,000 crores today. It is a burden on the government, but every one of you should be able to spend 1,000 rupees in a year. 140 crores will become 1,40,000 crores. With this, at least 25 crore population will get jobs. 25 crore population will get jobs out of it. 1,000 rupees if you spend it. For the sake of 1,000 rupees, government itself is giving for every family 1 lakh rupees every year. Both the state governments and central governments putting into their accounts. But still they are all coming and saying hospitals are looting, corporates are this, that is that, these, all those. So we need to be able to understand. We need to be able to propagate this awareness amongst the public. Then only we can able to do. Thank you. I think.
In fact, we got a wonderful feedback from both the panelists, especially in terms of, there are two takeaway. One is how the common man able to cover under the insurance, who can take up the insurance proactively. At the same time, if you see other way around, the government can make a policy wherein the insurance should be mandatory for everybody. It is a whole country. If you can able to make insurance mandatory, it can cover all the people. I think this can be a takeaway which you can able to put to the concerned people from this summit. I think again we coming to this northeastern, being we are a northeastern. Morning also we talked about many of the states are many of these countries are adjoining the northeastern port. I think today we talked about three, or even minister also, honorable minister also told about 3 or 4 countries sharing these borders, and how to bring investment to the northeast. Even there are some government are relaxed some of the norms in terms of FDA to the extent, especially on this, basically on the clinical side. And we also talked about something on the Make in India, or maybe bring in the northeastern part of.
I actually did my. I just wanted to ask you, how is the Josh? Is still there? Lot of subjects already covered, right? Before I come back to engineering, 2 things that I wanted to really add on to whatever has been said. I think the word affordable and accessible are very overused, honestly, because I'll give you 2-3 examples. I have been traveling across various parts of Assam before I started investing. People are talking about investing. I've already started investing, setting up super specialty clinics across Assam. Now, what I have seen is, in Karimganj, I have a house. And one day, I just went to the market. Generally, I don't go. I went to the fish market, right? So there were some fish which came, right? And it was costing around 4,000 or 4,500 per kg. You won't believe there are around 40-50 kgs. Within 30 minutes, it's gone, right? It's completely gone. So people are spending one day fish 4,500 plus. Everybody is taking more than a kg or whatever, right? For a fish, right? Unfortunately, the same priority is not there for healthcare, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is lack of awareness. I'll give you an example so that we understand it better. So there are some, the hierarchy of the doctors. So MBBS, MD, and then DM or DNB or MCH. Super specialist, right? So I only deal with super specialists, bring super specialists from across India. So I have got one more company called Care for You, where 8,000 plus doctors are empaneled. So I have fantastic relation with a lot of doctors. So I bring some of them, the best doctors, to various locations of Assam. Now one day, one doctor came from one of the top hospital in Hyderabad. And after seeing the patient, he only wrote one medicine. Next day, that guy came and he complained, "Apnar doctor to bhalo noy, it's in Silchar. Ektai medicine likhlo, ki ekdom baje doctor. Amader doctor to 5টা medicine likhe." So what he was saying is, the doctor who has come from Hyderabad is very disappointing because he has written only one medicine. My local doctor always write 5 medicines. So that is what we call lack of awareness. It's ignorance completely about the healthcare, right? So you do not have priority, we do not have, knowledge about healthcare, and we actually derive, what is good for us. It's not right. We need to understand that healthcare today, India is not known for preventive healthcare at all. We are always curative. So we have a problem, we just go to the doctor, right? Even with all these aspects, the cost of healthcare in India is 1/10 of what it is in US. Today you may not know that people from US are actually coming and getting treated in India. And that is because the cost is relatively lesser. So what I am trying to say is the opportunity is always there. The affordability also to a greater extent is there because there are all variations. You may not need to spend 1 crore in every hospital, right? So there are all variations for different classes, masses. So you can always choose. So that aspect I feel we need to understand. In terms of technology, I think there are two parts, software and hardware. There are equipment. Now I think, in Assam there are 4,621 sub-centers, 1,024 community health centers, 251 community health centers, and 1,024 primary centers. Only 25 district hospitals and 15 sub-divisional hospitals. These are 2 years earlier data. With Mr. Hemant Vishwa Sharma being the CM, he is accelerating the process of establishing hospitals. The number might have slightly gone up. You won't believe that, there was not a neurologist in entire Silchar with a population of 40 lakhs, right? There was not a gastroenterologist. And I was the first one to bring neurologist, gastroenterologist in Silchar, right? So there was a tremendous amount of response that I see, but bearing that fact, in the technology front, I wanted to tell every nooks and corners, even the staff centers that we have, if you want to provide quality healthcare, there are two things that we can do. One, we need to actually build portable equipment, which could be carried to that level. We probably cannot spend, hell lot of money for big instruments, equipment, and put it in the sub-centers. Today, sub-centers are manned by only one ASHA worker or paramedics. Even the community health center, which is for the population of 2,50,000, it is actually by a medical officer. Just take a snapshot of Hyderabad. For a population of 2,50,000, you will have at least 200-300 bedded hospital. Hyderabad with a population of 80 lakhs to 1 crore, if you consider Greater Hyderabad, it is little more than 1 crore. We have the largest number of 100 plus bedded hospital in India today, right? 125 plus 100 bedded hospital. So what I am trying to say is, in Assam, there is a deficiency of number of doctors and also the equipment. So if we want to actually really look at quality treatment, at least two things that need to ensure. One is the early detection of the disease. For that you need to do certain tests. For that you need machine. If you need to make available of those machines, it has to be portable with Modi ji's, made in India tagline. I think it is important that we also focus on building up some portable machines which could be supplied to those sub-centers, primary health centers, community health centers, and all of that. On the software side today, if you look at, accessibility is not a problem at all. With the development of technology, the betterment of internet connectivity, remote consultation, adaptability. If I look at 10, 12 years back when I started my entrepreneurship journey in healthcare, there is no acceptance of remote consultation, telemedicine. Today with, pandemic, I think there are certain amount of acceptance from both the parties. Remember, there are multiple stakeholders involved here, primarily the consumer or the patients and the doctors. So from both the parties, I can see, there are acceptance. So we can probably, tie up all those sub-centers to primary health centers, to community centers, to secondary care and tertiary care. And I would believe if we can actually distribute, probably Mr. Kalyan can take it forward. If we can actually, give region-specific thing to tertiary cares or multi-specialty hospital. For example, KIMS is given responsibility of entire Barak Valley. They will figure out. They will make sure that there is an integration done, and then the quality healthcare reaches to the deepest level of the villages that exist in the Kachar district, Barak Valley area, right? So that has to be driven. See, at the end of the day, everybody has to make sure that the ROI is realized. If you invest, your return on invest into is to be ensured. That is business. I think hospitals are there for business. So their, vested interest also need to be taken care of. And the only way you can take care of is assurance of the fact that they will get business out there. So if you can exclusively give certain rights, they will figure out how to actually solve some of the problems and then take the quality healthcare deep dive into the rural area, where today we are talking about cost. Fortunately, if we take doctors to the village instead of villagers to the doctors, which is Hyderabad, Bangalore and all that, the cost does not only involve clinical aspect, it will also have accommodation, food, then traveling expenses, which actually add on to the cost, right? We can actually take the doctors to the villages. We can also, at least to the extent of Shilchar, Hailakandi, Dibrugarh, Jorhat and all that, I can take hundreds of doctors from the 8,000 doctors that I have in my panel, right? So that could be a possibility, provided the doctors also see benefit by going there. And that benefit can be only ensured by, entertaining and providing all sort of support from the government to those doctors, to the hospitals, assigning certain areas to specific tertiary cares. So that is all is important. We do not have, IIT students left. Probably I also wanted to talk about the software technology part of it, how we can actually evolve. There are 3 startups by IIT Guwahati students, which are actually unicorn. Unfortunately, there are not a single startup which is a unicorn from Assam. What I want is, if we can collectively look forward and make at least one unicorn from Assam, that would be fantastic. And I can tell you, healthcare is a very good opportunity. It's a fantastic opportunity. Assam government, if he collaborates, he would be able to, help the, create the conducive environment for that startup. Because what happens is today, the EMR data is one of the essence where everybody's mind is there. Everybody wants to access the data. Nobody wants to maintain it. If we can, for some way maintain and create the EMR data, from that billionaire can come, and that is what software will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. I think you also touched upon the basics, how we can able to give a quality healthcare in the rural system. And you also touched upon this, how we can able to motivate the doctors, especially medical practitioners, to work in the rural areas. I think I saw recently some of the governments, state governments, they also given special pay for the people who work in the rural areas, not only in the urban areas. There's a separate pay actually for that. I think that to the last question, what we know, even though you partially you addressed upon these rural areas, and Mr. Devanand also would like to answer for this, how we can able to do quality healthcare in the rural areas.
Sorry, I know that we have already used up our time. I'll just take 1 minute because it's also a summit which looks for investors to come to Assam. So just one point, because there are a lot of administrators who are policymakers sitting here. There is one model from Tripura government, which in which the government has taken proactive steps to not only allot the land, it also have gone to the next step of creating a building for the hospital and calling up the private parties or the private healthcare players to come and invest in the equipments and operate the hospital. So that shows the proactiveness and the effort taken by the government to really attract investors. If you really ask any other private healthcare player to come to Assam and invest directly without the government commitment or the government will to set up something like that, it is an experimental effort from other players also to come to an uncharted territory. So if government really comes forward, government of Assam, I'm sure they will be definitely looking at it. The possibilities of, giving land and a building, probably different locations where they feel require quality healthcare, there will be definitely providers, healthcare providers, including my company Astra. Bhaskar Rao sir also is here. So we'll be willing to come and invest on the equipments as well as operate the hospital. So that I think should be the step forward to attract more investors, especially healthcare players, into not only Assam, the entire northeastern states. So that's all. We also run a hospital in a place called Wayanad, which is one of the most distressed district in the country, the north part of Kerala, which is very close to Ooty. So we have a lot of PPP models also in the hospital, where especially for the delivery of the tribal women, and a lot of initiatives on the cancer. So we had done a lot of initiatives like that. So some such PPP models also can be looked at, especially on as a project. You can call private healthcare players to come and specifically work on certain projects. That will be another opportunity. So I don't want to take much of time. Thank you for the listening. Thank you.
I think we covered almost all the 4 sessions. And anybody is having any questions, we'll take the questions, and then we'll conclude sessions here. Somebody can give the mic.
Good evening. Actually, in Northeast, lot of CISF's funds are there generated by ONGC and then GAIL and all. I think you can look at that fund, because lot of every year that fund remains unused.
Okay. Fine. I think good point. I think we can note down some of the people. No, we can take it further. Any other questions? I think thank you for the patience hearing. Thank you, wonderful panelists. Thank you very much for your contribution for the industry.
You have to give me a
Thank
minute to thank you all generously. I understand the ages of doctors sitting here. So let me recollect 1 minute of what I remember from my childhood. My grandmother's doctor's name is Bhaskar Rao Garu. If we go there and meet him, all the illness is gone. That's the whole imagination we all of us had. From my parents' time, it's like when doctor just see your hand and give something, you're done, you're fit to go. No need of much medicines. But now, the funniest part is everybody is a Google doctor. And whenever we need something, Google doctor comes with Nyaya Gyan. And everybody comes with a new things. So as a child, I have got this in my head, a doctor has a great thing. I am a psychologist. So when I started my practice, my game has turned in a different way. Like the coin has 2 sides. You being the practice, how painful it is to run and give the quality to the people. The same challenges I am also been understanding to give the quality of time and therapies, whatever we go on. We are with you. I should totally say that this session, a panel of discussion, what we had is a proper, pure, perfect, peaceful discussion we had. No hassle, no fussle, no run, a clean cut, because we have the decision makers here, we have the think pots here, we have the need here already, we have the solutions already there. All of us are at ease, at comfort for a purpose. Thank God, bache log gaye. Thank God we all are on the purpose. Thank God the reason why we all are sitting is survived. Thank you for your patience from the morning. Whatever has happened happens for good. So all good things will happen for the good for everybody. Thank you so much. Allow us to call Radhika Rastogi ma'am on the dais to do our respectful job of giving a memento from our side. We welcome Radhika ma'am, all the dais. Now, जो भी है, इतना ज़्यादा double सुनाई देगा, तालियां दबाना ही पड़ेगा इसे जोर से. I have only one girl to run for me and bring all the mementos to help her, and my dear friends give the names and calling. So they're so beautiful, I can't allow them to be sit like that.
Thank you so much to all the speakers for enlightening us with your views. Now, as a token of appreciation, we would like to felicitate our distinguished guest here on stage with a memento. Yes, ma'am. We would like to first felicitate Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, Managing Director, KIMS Hospitals. Could we have a round of applause for Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, Managing Director, KIMS Hospital? Dr. V. Rakesh, President, Telangana Hospital and Nursing Home Association. Here we have Dr. N.N. Datta, CMD, Downtown Hospital, Guwahati. Dr. V. Rakesh, President, Telangana Hospital and Nursing Homes Association. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. V. Rakesh, President, Telangana Hospital. We have Shri L. Puthalinga Briggs, the moderator for the event. Can we have a round of applause for the moderator? We have B. Bhaskar Rao, the Managing Director, KIMS Hospital. Can we have a round of applause for Shri Abhijit Singh, Chief Operation Officer, Apollo Hospital.
We'll have a group photo. Photographers, you have to be ready.
Can we request Kalyan sir to kindly join us for the group photo?
Sir, with your permission, I would love to just chop in this group also. Allow me to stand by your side, huh? Thank you for giving your valuable time in more wonderful ways. Thank you, everybody. ఇక్కడ तो అయిపోలేదు. That means या कहानी अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है. More great people and more important people are also with us to share more good things. Are you ready? चाय चाहिए और? No more chai. We had enough. Let's all sit together and let's spend a quality time. बच्चे लोग तो डांस के लिए ready हुआ है सुबह से. They really got wonderfully dressed for that one. We should respect their hard work. छोटे छोटे बच्चे, they got really dressed well. So after this discussion, we'll also call them on. We'll have good time again. Kalyan sir, you're really announcing something, a tea break? Tea break annara? No, ikkade kada break, so I can announce my rest of the things, right? ज़्यादा importance है. The dance can be more comfortably observed from the first line, so please come. Since only we are the crowd and we have the voice to ask the question and get the answers also, let us utilize every opportunity, whatever we are going to get in the next minutes, to make Assam better, India better, and we pose ourselves great in front of this world. सबके हाथ में प्लेट है, मुझे ताली बजाने के लिए अभी पूछना था, हाँ है ना? It will be more tough for you all. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy for the 2 minutes.
Now, we would like to present before you a cultural extravaganza, the pride of Assam, Bihu dance by Sangskritic Monsa Ahom, directed by Dipzoti Hazarika. Sit back, relax, and tap your feet to the beats of Dhul and Tal.
Hello, check.
Hello. Hello, taste. Taste. Hello, taste. ককাইদেউ অকণমান ৰিভাৰ্বটো এৰি দিব ইয়াত। হেল্ল' টেষ্ট টেষ্ট অকণমান আৰু অলপ দি দিয়ক। হেল্ল' টেষ্ট পাই আছোঁ। হেল্ল' টেষ্ট
Let's spend this time for our happiness. You have spent your time for others' benefit from morning. Let us use this time for our happiness. So let's have their quality time on the dais as they have got ready, well dressed, carrying those stuff from a
check,
very
1,
long
2.
time. Give the respect of their pride of performance, and we shall definitely हम तालियां गारंटी बजा देंगे, है ना सर, है ना मैडम? हम अच्छे लोग हैं, हम तालियां खाते भी बजा देंगे और जो खाया हो वो भी बजा देंगे. So we'll welcome you also with a grand clap. Please welcome. Please start your performance.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check.
Okay.
Hello.
Ahoy naচনী oh মিহি এই কিনো চত মহিয়া ঐ বতাহ ছাতি মাতিলে ঐ গছে বনে সদালে
কিনো সমিয়াৰ ঐ বিহু কিয় আহিলে এই গৰু চালে লগা
Uvotioi kutale হতি ঐ কোতালে পাখি
ওই গাতে জুই জ্বলিছে মোৰ জান দেহা সৰিয় হৈ ফুটিছে সৰিয় হৈ ফুটিছে তোমাক বিহু তলি তোমাক বিহু তলি দেখি
ঐ চালক পলঙিলে ঐ জান চালে তই কুমুদা চালে তই কুমুদা কলহত পলঙিল
এই মনৰে কথাটি অজান মনত মলঙিলে কাকে নদিমে মই কৈ
ঐ ইমান ধুনীয়াকৈ কঁকাল ভাঙি ভাঙি মোৰ জান দেহা অ দেহা
বিহু নাচিবলৈ কোনে তোমাক শিকালে বিহু নাচিবলৈ কোনে তোমাক শিকালে মিচিকি হাঁহিৰে আমাক নুমুহিবলে ঐ আমাক নুমুহিবলে আজি
বাজিৰ বাঘে কাটি গগনা সাজিছো গগনা সাজিছো গগনা কেনেকৈ বা
লাহৰি গগনা বজামে নাচ
যামে নাচনি ঐ বিখুনামে ফাঁকি গায় পশ্চিমতে কাশী জোন কেনি যোৱা দুনে জোন মৰমেৰে মাতিছো হাঁহি এটি মাৰাচোন
ঐ হাঁহি এটি মাৰাচোন কাষে চাপি আহাচোন খবৰ খাতি ল'বলৈ ঠিকনাটি দিয়াচোন খবৰ খাতি ল'বলৈ ঠিকনাটি দিয়াচোন
ঐ বেলি ডুবে পশ্চিমত জোৱাত উঠে সাগৰত বহুতেই মৰম দিব তোমাক এই বয়সত
জোনৰো আছে দাগ মৰমৰো আছে ভাগ মৰম কৰাৰ চলেৰে দিব চাবা তোমাক হাত মৰম কৰাৰ চলেৰে দিব চাবা তোমাক হাত
বিয় হেৰা বিয়নী ঐ কি খাই মৰিলে বিয় ঐ শিঙৰা জানতে ডিঙৰা পাতোতে চেপা লাগি মৰিলে বিয় হেৰা বিয়নী ঐ কি খাই মৰিলে বিয় হেৰা বিয়নী ঐ কি খাই মৰিলে বিয় মোৰ কোনখন বাকৰ ছটাই পৰে বতে মোৰ কোনখন বাকৰ তুঁৱলি মোৰ কোনখন বাকৰ কোনে ভাতে ৰান্ধি খায় কোনখন বাকৰ মাকে নাই মাউৰা মোৰ কোনখন বাকৰ তিৰি নাই বৰলা মোৰ কোনখন বাকৰ হাতী ধৰিবলৈ যায় বাবাও দলনিতে জাকৈ বাও জাকৈ কাটি কৰি নাচনি বিহুনো মাৰিবলৈ যাওঁ বিহুনো মাৰিবলৈ যাওঁ দেহিও আহিলে বাৰিষা ফুলিলে মেটেকা বুঢ়িলে ঐ চাপৰি বনেলি নিমাই বুঢ়িলে ঐ চাপৰিৰ বন দেহিও লগৰ সমনীয়াই ফুৰে জোৰে পাতি খেদে কিয় মৰিছে মনেলি নিমাই খেদে কিয় মৰিছে মনে ঐ লিলিমাই মোৰ ঘৰত কোনো নাই তোমাৰ বিহনে জীৱনটো অটলে যায় ঐ লিলিমাই কুকুমৰ অন্তৰত দিবিনে অকণমান ঠাই দিবিনে অকণমান ঠাই পহৰ দুপৰ কদিও ঐ নিশা পাতে কব আমাৰ বিহুত আমনি নাই ৰাতিপুৱা পৰে ফেঁচাই উৰুলি আমাৰ বিহু ভাঙতা নাই Come on audience, आप लोगों से কেনে কি চৰাই কানে ঘৰ খুদা মৰুৱা বতৰে যতৰ কিনা ছয় মোলাৰৰ পানে কিমান ছয় মোলাৰৰ পান সালাত মলগিলে দুই চালে পাত হাবিৰে কোমোৰা দুই চালে পাত সালাত মলগিলে দুই চালে পাত হাবিৰে কোমোৰা দুই চালে পাত হাবিয়ে যাৱে হে দুই চালে পাত পে ভমাত ঐ কন্দুলাই মাত দি হৈছে গৈৰগাত একাটো বুকাতে চেলাটো কেৰুৱাই ৰুব লাগিব একাটো বুকাতে চেলাটো কেৰুৱাই ৰুব লাগিব তই নাচ মই নাচো নাচ মোৰ লগতে আৰু যেন কোন নাচ তই নাচ মই নাচো নাচ মোৰ লগতে আৰু যেন কোন নাচ কোন নাচ
Definitely, like me, most of you would have just couldn't stop clapping for them, right? can understand the goosebumps all of us have, a live performance on the stage. For me, it is for the first time watching them, first time watching BU dance, and it is so wonderful. Though I didn't understand language. Yes, that is the value of art, that is our heart with the arts. Now, to make our time more and more worthwhile, the panelists still are there for us. We'll have a mix of cultural events and panelists in between, so that you'll have good time more, quality time more, right? Is that okay? Thank you. Even I would also love to have more music, sir. Shall we continue with that, with your order? It's up to you. If you want us to enjoy the more music, we'll call her. She's ready. She's here itself. आपके इशारों पे सब हो जाएगा. We'll finish the panel thing and then continue totally with the music later. Hammaya, this is also again a good news.
Our next session will be highlighting on the topic of skilling on healthcare. Assam has the highest land under cultivation for pineapple, and 20% of ginger production in the country happens in the state. The climatic condition of the state. Yeah, this is the brief that we got. Yeah. It's this. Extremely sorry for the confusion. This panel will highlight the skilling in healthcare, skilling of health professionals, especially gynecologists and pediatrician, upgradation infrastructure and skilling in radiology. For this panel, we have with us Dr. Apurva Kumar Bhattacharya, Professor and HOD ONG Department, Nalbari Medical College. Can we please have Dr. Apurva Kumar Bhattacharya, Professor and HOD ONG Department, Nalbari Medical College. Can we have a round of applause for Sir, please?
We also have Dr. Rashna Das Hazarika, Senior Consultant Pediatrics and Neonatology, Guwahati. Dr. Rashna Das Hazarika. Dr. Bipul Kumar Das, Assistant Professor, Pediatrics, AIMS, Guwahati. Dr. Bipul Kumar Das. H. Adhikari, MD, Genith Diagnostics, Bongaigaon. We request Professor B.P. Chakravarti, Medical Director, Health City Hospitals, Guwahati, to kindly come on stage and moderate the session for us. Thank you, sir.
Suk.
After the pulsating Bihu dances, we come more to the ground, to our problems, big problems, because most of you must be knowing that though we have made big strides in the services of mankind in the form of medical services, we still are lagging behind the rest of India in certain aspects. One of them is this: maternal mortality rate, infant mortality rate. With this, first I'd like to tell my co-panelists to talk about the problem, and then they will go into the skilling by which we can reduce these bad numbers in both maternal health and the health of the newborn and the child. So first, I will ask Dr. Bhattacharya, Apurva Bhattacharya, to start.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for bringing this aspect of in this IndiGlobal Meet. Actually, whenever we talk about maternal mortality, Assam is one of the places with highest maternal mortality, and which is a national indicator of health. It's an indicator for our healthcare system. So, but what we see for the last 10 years, though it is highest, if you say, it is 195 per 100,000 live births now, compared to the Indian average of 97 per 100,000 live births. Still, for the last 10 years, there are a lot of programs that are, government is bringing out some skill development for skilling. There are multi-skilling programs for the MBBS doctors and nurses, even health professionals also. And we have seen some, rather we can say that it is improved a lot, if you say, especially the remote areas which were not touched previously. Now communication is better. We have got a lot of problems here, local problems. We have got during flood season, the roads are cut off. If you see the northeast region especially, but still our governments of different state governments, they are doing their best, and with the help of our central government, they are improving the infrastructure for health also. A lot of FRUs have been developed, and for the latest, if you say, we are again, our government is interested in building up and almost 100 more FRUs in different districts. And we have got a lot of district hospitals. We have got public primary health centers. So it's coming down. But if you compare from 2012 to 2012 or 23, or in these 10 years, we have improved a lot. But we need to improve more. So for that, I think there are a lot of scope for skilling of our doctors, nurses, and health professionals. Thank you, sir.
What kind of skillings you would like to tell the audience that what kind of skilling programs are being taken up?
Yeah. Right, from 2004, India government started with our Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology. 2001 program was EMOC, that is Emergency Obstetric Care. It is seen that if you, even if you go for checkup regularly of a mother, and if you find everything normal, still there is 30% of complication may develop during childbirth. So that is a EMOC, and after that it was known as Comprehensive EMOC program. It was a 6 weeks training in the medical colleges. There are SEP center, main center, and other, say 10 weeks in the district hospitals, which were selected by the some inspectors from the different centers. There was another one was LSAS, that is a life-saving skills, anesthesia skills. That is a purely anesthetics program, because we have got some dearth of anesthesiologists and in the peripheries. So that is another program. Another program that was taken out after 2010 is the, after RCS program, it is a BEMOC, basic EMOC. In the peripheral centers, we train them. Rather, it is a rather more of a orientation and more of a training purpose. We train some skills which are very much needed to save mothers. That is a BEMOC, basic EMOC program for the primary health centers and the remote centers. For nurses, there are skill birth attendant, SBA training going on. It's still going on. BEMOC is also going on. EMOC centers, first we had the Guwahati center in 2008. We started from, then we train around 13 batches of doctors there. After that, another center developed at Dibrugarh, which is in the Upper Assam, and third center developed at Imphal. So they trained a lot of batches, and those who are working now in different FRUs and doing operations, doing deliveries, and are contributing to reduce the maternal mortality as such. And regarding skill birth attendant, it is going on everywhere training, BEMOC training in medical colleges it is going on. We have got, right now, we have got 9 medical colleges, another 3 are coming up, so 12 medical colleges. We have got different centers in the medical colleges, and there we have got skilled person, they have got, they are trained, that is trained personnel from medical faculties, they are training the state doctors for the health. And apart from that, we have got some orientation program, training workshops in different conferences. In 2010, right back in 2010, we had a very good conference. We trained about 200 doctors from the periphery in the different skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. And lots of medical colleges are coming up, and I think these skilling programs will be working more. So I next go to Dr. Rasna Das, who is an eminent pediatrician and neonatologist. She'll be talking about neonatal health and neonatal death.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, the organizers. I know you are really wanting to listen to and see the cultural program. But I think newborn health is something which is very important in our country, and especially in Assam. We were, if you talk of 2004, we were very bad in the statistics in the sense that about 35 to 36 per 1,000 live birth babies were dying in the newborn period. But we have come a long way from 2004 to 2022, and it is one of the best performing states if you look at the health data from the Government of India. In fact, in the last 1 decade, we have come down from 30 deaths of newborns per 1,000 live birth to 19 currently, and probably it'll be much better when we have the statistics coming in now. So if you look at these data, I mean, people may think, that there is nothing happening here, but there's a lot of involvement of the state government which has helped in bringing the neonatal mortality by so many points down. In fact, the government of Assam was awarded for this, and I think it's a big achievement for the state. And this actually, initially, I think we were concentrating more on the tertiary care centers for giving newborn health. But when we started concentrating on the peripheral health system and started training our ANMs and ASHA workers in newborn care, the improvement in the statistics is reflected by that. So not only the Government of India program like the Navjat Sishu Suraksha Karyakram, which is also parallelly run by the highest body of pediatricians in India, that is the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. We started training from our end also to the health workers, the staff nurses, the ANMs on the basic newborn resuscitation program. And that has helped a great deal in the peripheral centers, sir, where we could prevent birth asphyxia, which is one of the most common cause of newborn death in our state and in our country as well. So I think these kind of trainings are helping, and we are now doing not theoretical training, but we do skill-based training in the sense we give them practical training. We have mannequins which are brought in and they are allowed to practice. And the beauty of the training is that we don't allow anybody to go until they have developed the skills. So it takes about a whole day to do that. So we have done lots and lots of program from 2008 onwards, and it's still running strong, sir.
Thank you. These skilling trainings are very important because we cannot produce lots of MDs because of the restrictions of getting admission in the medical colleges for MD. So the way she said that we must train our nurses and other paramedical staffs for more skilling so that we can save a lot of babies. Now, my next in my panel is another pediatrician, Dr. Bipul, who will be speaking about what are the causes you think here is the high rate of NMR and IMR.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Actually, already Madam has mentioned about the problems associated with neonatal mortality in the state. And likewise, neonatal mortality and infant mortality rate, these are two indices which reflects the healthcare systems in the country as a whole. So it is neonatal mortality rate compared to the national data, Assam is better position, in a better position, in the 20 per 1,000 live births, the national data, and the state data is 19 per 1,000 live births. So there are several causes. Already Madam has mentioned about the birth asphyxia, but again another common causes of neonatal mortality, like sir, mainly prematurity and low birth weight. So this is another prevalent cause, and some causes are sepsis because of the improper management of handling of the babies in the peripheries, and then prematurity, sepsis. These are leading causes, and other causes like birth injuries and congenital anomalies. That means defect at the time of birth. These are some major congenital anomalies which can lead to death of babies during the initial part of the life. So most of the babies, they die within the first 1 week. That is early neonatal, that is called first 7 days of life is called early neonatal period. The death percentage is highest during this period, and then neonatal period is called up to 28 days, first 28 days of life. Beyond that, it is called infancy up to 1 year of age. So in infancy, again the neonatal causes are the most common causes of death in infant mortality, which leads to infant mortality rate also. Like so, out of all infant up to 1 year of age, 40% death is in the neonatal period. So means it is one of the leading causes. And beyond neonatal period, there are another causes like death due to diarrheal diseases, and which are preventable. And number two, maybe death due to respiratory tract infections. That is another, that is pneumonia and other severe bacterial sepsis. And another causes is malnutrition in our country because of the improper feeding techniques and lack of promotion of breastfeeding. So that's why we promote breastfeeding exclusively up to first 6 months of life. So these are common, and injuries and other sepsis and other causes, meningitis, malaria, these are less common causes compared to developed countries in our country. So these are mostly the common causes of death in high neonatal mortality rate and infant mortality rate in our countries.
How would you like to increase the number of pediatricians?
So
in the current manpower crisis.
So there is means all the pediatricians mainly they are concentrated in the around the means cities like Guwahati or other cities of the state. They are mainly concentrated around the cities. So we need to, and as a whole, the number of pediatricians is less in our state. So we need to produce more manpower. So government of Assam from Shankardev University, there was a course for 2 years diploma, and those who were working in the peripheries like MBBS doctors, and they were given opportunities for doing the diploma in pediatrics for 2 years.
That is continuing still now?
No, that is, sir, now
discontinued,
not discontinued
due to different reasons.
Yes, some
okay.
reasons.
So we can do that. I think
sir.
again you can restart our doctors who are working in rural areas.
Yes, sir.
Take them in medical colleges
Again, we
and
can
give a sort of 2 years extensive training, and they go back. And when I was in Barpeta Medical College as principal, that course was running. And you believe me, some of these doctors who were given 2 years training in pediatrics, they did wonderfully well. And now, as my colleagues say, that they are still doing wonderful work. I think that course, if you can persuade the authorities to start that program, it will be helpful. Otherwise, as I'm said in my initial comments, that we cannot bring up number of MD seats in medical colleges. It takes lots of hassles. And 50% of the seats are going to the states outside Assam. So hardly if you increase 2 seats per year or 4 seats per year, 50% goes outside. So practically there is no benefit to the state. Yes. So that is one. And the training, skill training, as this came theme, what skill training are given?
So sir, these are courses basically, diploma and PG courses, so which are given already. And but there are other trainings which are given from government of NRHM, under NRHM, or in collaboration with, already Madam has mentioned about IAP, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, and National Neonatology Forum. So one of those.
Is it very costly, or it can be given very easily?
Not costly, sir. So this is called Navjat Sishu Suraksha Karyakram, one of those, so which was started in 2009, and all the doctors from peripheries, means mainly medical officers, ANMs, and they are given training under this on basic neonatal resuscitation protocol. So this is 1-day program already under NRHM, and from the government side it is called NSSK training, and privately also, means from IAP, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, we are giving trainings to pediatricians and other sisters. So this is called Basic Neonatal Resuscitation Program. So another program that is called Advanced Neonatal Resuscitation Program, that is given to pediatricians. All pediatricians or anesthesiology obstetricians also they take. And then, sir, another one training is given to increase the strength of the peripheral workers, like FIMNCI, sir, program. So that is facility-based integrated management of neonatal and child health. So that is one of the training, and given to the peripheral doctors as well as ANMs and ASAs.
2 other points has come to my mind. One is that under 5 mortality is still high.
Yes, sir.
That she has touched to some extent. So you can say 1 or 2 words about that. And next is, please talk about anemia in adolescent girls, which is very important. Because nowadays pediatrics departments, you are looking after girls or boys up to 18 years.
Yes, sir.
So please tell about the problem and the consequences.
So under 5 mortality, already I have mentioned that if the death of up to 1 year of age, that is infant mortality, is due to one of the causes is means undernutrition, which lead to stunting, that is decrease in growth in the terms of height, and wasting, that is in the terms of weight gain. So that is that will lead to poor health and ultimately leading to easy susceptibility to other infections, mainly bacterial infections. Diarrhea is very common, pneumonia is very common in those children who are undernourished. And ultimately, if they will grow up to adolescent age group, in adolescence, and if the girl is not healthy, then she will not become a healthy mother. So we'll have to take care of those adolescent girls, and so that they can become healthy mothers. So in adolescent, one of the problem is your anemia. That means nutritional anemia, sir. So that nutritional anemia, because of that, the mothers, they develop spontaneous aberration also. Most of the is seen in mothers who are mostly anemic. And the babies, they grow very, they lead to small premature babies and low birth weight babies. Ultimately, the newborn which is delivered from those mothers, they will those babies will not be healthy babies. So ultimately, that will lead to increased neonatal mortality and infant mortality in the country. And so we need to take care of the mothers from the early adolescence. And anemia is one of the major causes of morbidity in those mothers. So under the governments, it is under the programs we give iron, folic acid supplementation, all those, and to girls, so that the anemia is taken care of.
How you teach your field workers to diagnose anemia in the field level, the peripheral level?
Actually, anemia is, that is called, we in the field, the term that as pallor. Pallor means paleness of the body. So anemia is diagnosed only after diagnosing the hemoglobin level of the blood. So in the periphery, we train the personnel by examining the palms of the, comparing with their palm. And that is one, nutritional anemia can be diagnosed. And second thing, we can give supplementation, prophylaxis iron therapy to those children, and deworming is one of the major mode of therapy. That means because of the poor sanitations in the periphery, so they develop worm infestations, and that will lead to more blood loss and in the blood, in the stool, and leading to again anemia and poor nutrition.
That is true. Yes, but we have got a lot of hemoglobinopathies in Northeast,
yes, sir.
Where giving iron tablet may be harmful sometimes.
Yes.
So in the areas where your hemoglobinopathies are common, not very uncommon, I think detection of hemoglobin is also important.
Yes.
Because in them, in those ladies, young ladies, giving iron may be harmful.
Yes.
So that that aspect also you have to keep in mind. Yes. Now coming back, you know that we were little set, even 10 years back or 15 years back, we thought that there is very little role of radiologists in the management or bringing down the rates of maternal mortality, infant mortality especially. So we have a radiologist with us, and he will tell you what are the causes which can cause early fetal death or early infant death, and how they are diagnosed radiologically, and what is the lacunae. We don't have many radiologists, qualified radiologists. All just like pediatricians, they are all concentrated in cities, whether in government sector or in private sector. So how do you feel that this can be done? And if you don't have enough radiologists, whether these skills can be taught at least to save the neonates?
Good evening to everybody. Thank you, organizer, for calling me here for the panel discussion, and our moderator, Dr. Chakraborty sir. So first, how we can add something in reduction of the maternal mortality or fetal mortality rate or neonatal mortality rate. For that, we can go for ultrasonography, that is Doppler ultrasonography in pregnancy. In pregnancy, if we go for Doppler of, that is umbilical artery, that artery which goes from the fetus to placenta to carry the oxygenated blood back to that baby. So one is umbilical artery Doppler. Why it is? Because already our pediatrician already speak it out that most of the child mortality rate or fetal mortality rate or neonatal mortality rate is due to underweight or low weight or undernourished baby. So for that diagnosis of that underweight or low weight baby, we have to do umbilical fetal, that is ultimately we have to go through mothers, because ultimately it is a obstetrics radiology, that is ultrasonography. We will do for umbilical artery of the fetus. From that we can, if some abnormality is there, then we can go for treatment of the in that we can diagnose the undernourished person.
Now the question is that umbilical fetal Doppler study is not done routinely even in towns. So how do you propose that this can be brought to the periphery, or who are the persons you suggest to be trained?
No, there is another thing before telling this one. For anemia also, for already you have learned that due to anemia also there is death of the baby. For that anemia also, if we go for this Doppler study of the child, that is fetus, Doppler study of the medial cerebral artery, that is of the brain, we can understand about the condition of the baby, about anemia. So that way we can diagnose both the.
No, that is taken.
Then another thing. Then
Dr. Adhikari,
yes,
that is taken.
Now I am going on. Now
yes,
I'm going.
Go to the point.
Yes.
Yes.
No, coming. Yeah. Now what happened actually? Now every radiologist is doing this Doppler radiography, that is Doppler ultrasonography. Every radiologist, all the radiologists are doing Doppler ultrasonography, and nowadays. Previously it was not so, there may not be in Assam, I am telling in Assam. In my earlier days, I was only one radiologist in western part. Now, in Bongaigaon there are 4 radiologists, in Dhubri there is 4 radiologists, in Kokrajhar, every district we are having the radiologists. So from that point of and all are doing.
But do you think that hundreds and thousands of pregnancies can be covered by 4 radiologists in Bongaigaon and 4 radiologists in Dhubri? Is it enough? That's
yes.
Is
now
it enough?
Now
if you think that is enough, then it's okay. But if it is not enough, then how do you make people they skill them, nurses or whatever, to do these tests?
Now another thing. We are not going to do this Doppler in every pregnancy, only which are risk pregnancy. In that cases, we usually do this Doppler. And about the skilling, see radiology, it is actually nowadays there is no diploma, only postgraduate in radiology. So it is a 3 years course. So after MBBS, we have to do 3 years radiology course. So there is in radiology, because it is a very complicated subject. So there is no provision of giving 6-month training, so 1 year training in general to the.
I think there will be one exception. Dr. Adhikari, one exception is that our obstetricians are also taught how to do fetal radiography, and they are doing it, and they are doing it very nicely. All our obstetricians they are doing, so that gives a lots of help to the radiologists.
Yes.
But otherwise, you cannot do it. In medical college also, hundreds and thousands are coming to the OPD. So all our obstetricians, they are being taught and they are doing it. I, I think that is
Yes,
going
yes,
on.
they are
and
they're
they
regularly
had,
doing,
and
regularly
I
doing.
think another point is that another type of training was given for the doctors from the periphery in medical colleges for this functioning of your radiology, especially in the pregnant mothers. But something happened, and you may be able to correct me that I think this is still in the court or something like that.
But ultimately, I think we have to go for this online or digital radiology, and it is already started. Now it is online, all the reports are online, then digital radiology is already coming. So we have to, that is, every doctor should be skilled in that digital method. I think my suggestion.
Okay. So I think you have given your suggestions and about scaling. There might be some other opinions. So we'll like to conclude this session. Just one point, everyone, all my panelists will give.
Thank you, sir. Actually, what Dr. Bipul and Rasna said, anemia is one of the indirect cause for maternal death. So we'll have to focus on anemia right from the teenage, right from the childhood, because our girls, if you say, they are always, we have got a custom that girls will eat last. The breakfast will skip. The girls and the mothers will take last, food last. That is our tradition. So that should be given up. So if we correct anemia, we can correct a lot of complications for the mother, for the babies, for the neonates also. So that is one of the most important thing. Secondly, I think for maternal mortality, one is hypertension. For that, regular checkup is required. Regular checkup of the mothers is very required. Now antenatal checkup is increasing to around 72% in our state. That is good sign. Early admission, there is another, because we may encounter any complications at any moment. So these are some of the suggestions, and other causes are abortion causes. We have got training now on comprehensive abortion care technique for state doctors also. I think if we can stick into our programs properly, we can reduce the maternal mortality, we can reduce the infant mortality, even the neonates also. Thank you.
I think the most important thing, sir, is that in case of neonatal mortality or infant mortality or child mortality, or in fact even maternal mortality, we do not need rocket science. We just need to be aware that there are simple things which already are in place in our government setups as well as in the private sector. I will start first, I think, with the initiative which should be taken for the adolescent girl. Once we have healthy adolescent girls, then only they can become healthy mothers. But here you have to understand that they should get married at the right age. So I'm very happy that the government of Assam is being very strict on preventing child marriages. And I think there'll be deterioration, they will be deterred and they will not have early marriages. Because if the girl gets pregnant very early, then the problems compound. They have low birth weight babies, then they have premature deliveries, they have anemic babies because they themselves are anemic. And if we can first stop, we'll be at that point. And secondly, the referral system. I think we need to work on our referral system. Not all cases should come to the medical college. The peripheral A&Ms are handling many of the problems very well. And the doctors in the PHCs and the CHCs should be trained with these simple techniques so that they can handle these cases. And the load on the medical colleges, that is the tertiary care centers, is decreased. I think that will be very good. And whenever they can detect that there is a problem, there's a problem of premature delivery or low birth weight delivery, this mothers should be transferred before delivery to the tertiary care center. Then only we can decrease the load on both sides. So that is my suggestion.
Thank you. So always prevention is better than cure. So Dr. Das.
Already Madam has mentioned about that teenage pregnancy should be avoided by postponing the marriage up to at least 21 to 22 years, which our government has, Assam government is promoting. So that will decrease the number of births. If the girl is married at 16, 17 years, the number of pregnancies will be more. So ultimately that will lead to more premature babies, and the spacing is less because they are not matured enough. And ultimately the spacing is also important. That means the gap between two babies, that is very important. And if we can postpone the marriage up to 21 to 22 years like that, so then the number of babies will be less, and the mother will be matured, and delivery chances of having premature deliveries will be less. Again, sir, we'll have to promote the like contraceptive measures, and then already that facilities are there for referral transportation from peripheries to center, but because of the lack of knowledge of the people, they cannot avail those facilities. So we need to educate those parents, and the most important thing is sir, literacy. Female literacy is the most important thing we need to promote. Those things, and after delivery of the babies, and we need to advise for full vaccination against the 7 at least vaccine preventable disease under the means mission Indradhanush that is promoted by government of India. So we need to vaccinate all those babies for against this vaccine preventable disease. So these all will help in decreasing the mortality in babies and to improve the healthcare systems in our country. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can you, sorry to disturb, sir. Can you please make it little quick? We have another session to start. Yeah, yeah.
Achha, my suggestion is prevention. So, already this pediatrician gynecology telling that it should be well nourished, whether it is mother who is a pregnant mother, they should be well nourished. And as the adolescents, if the adolescent is healthy, then mother will be healthy, then child will be healthy. My thing is prevention. So that will be better.
Thank you, all the panelists. We conclude this session because we are running short of time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I please call upon Ms. Radhika Rastogi, IAS Special Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Missouri, to please come onto the stage to give away the mementos to our panelists. Can I call upon Dr. Apurba Kumar Bhattacharya, Professor and HOD, ONG Department, Nalbari Medical College, Assam. And next, can I please call upon Dr. Rachna Das Hazarika, Senior Consultant, Pediatrics and Nanotechnology, Guwahati. Next, can I please call upon Dr. Bipul Kumar Das, Assistant Professor, Pediatrics, AIMS, Guwahati. Can I call upon H. Adhikari, MD, Zenith Diagnostics? And last but not the least, to wonderfully moderate the session, can I call upon Professor B.P. Chakravarti, Medical Director, Health City Hospital, Guwahati. One group picture. And now, can I call upon Dr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, IAS Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Skill Employment, Entrepreneurship and Labour Welfare Department, to give away a token of appreciation to our very dear Miss Sunita Bhuyan. A round of applause for Ms. Sunita Bhayan, being the world-renowned violinist and HR practitioner who has pioneered the concepts of arts and music for structured learning intervention for enhanced professional growth. Can I hear a huge round of applause for Ms. Sunita Bhayan for taking up the wonderful session we had in the afternoon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, last but not the least, we have the last panel discussion for the day, Sector Skill Council. So, can I please call upon Dr. Sujeev Nair, Global CHRO, to moderate the session. Also, can I call upon Dr. Swapna Mishra, COO and officiating CEO, Textile Sector Skill Council. Can I call upon Sri Ravikant Yamarti, CEO, Logistics Sector Skill Council, Government of India. Can I call upon Sri Brig Yogesh Kapoor, VSM, Director General, Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council. Can I have Sri Rajiv Garg, Executive Director and CEO, Gem and Jewellery Skill Council of India. Can I call upon Sri Shushmim Banerjee, CEO of Iron and Steel, SSE. Last but not the least, can I call upon Sri Mohit Soni, CEO, Media and Entertainment Skills Council. Over to you, sir.
I know एग्ज़ाम के पहले जब हॉलीडेज आता है उसके बाद एग्ज़ाम लिखना इज़ वेरी पेनफुल राइट सो फॉर अस आफ्टर समर हॉलीडेज वील हैव अ स्कूल स्टार्ट आफ्टर दसरा वेकेशन वी हैव हैप्पीली अ न्यू syllabus start but now this generation kids have examination after Dasara vacation so no peaceful holiday they have to complete it is the same trouble for all the speakers who have come to do something and tell something great to all of us let them complete their job after that we'll have all the cultural events waiting for us we respect your great heart and the value you give us at every moment you're standing for us thank you so much and we're waiting for all the great things you're going to share.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the distinguished panelists. 2015, the policy for skill development and entrepreneurship was laid under NSDC, and a very strong foundation for skilling India was set. The sector skill councils are a specialized division under the NSDC that work very closely with the various stakeholders, governments, and industries in setting up the national occupation standards. If you look at Assam, we may be very familiar with beauty and wellness, hospitality, but there are several more sector skill councils and opportunities exist in each of these areas. The board of NSDC had approved 36 sector skill councils, of which we have representation from 5. And without much ado, let me invite each member, a senior member and a C-level executive from each of these sector skill councils to broadly share with us what the sector skill does and what is it that can be done specifically for the state of Assam and the northeastern states. So let me first call upon Dr. Swapna Mishra, Chief Operating Officer and officiating CEO, Textiles Sector Skill Council, to share her thoughts very briefly. Ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would briefly introduce you to the sector. The sector, by the way of process, can be divided into two. One is the mill sector, textile mill, which offers wage employment, and the second is the handloom sector, which offers self-employment or entrepreneurship opportunities. By the way of process or product or application, there are again two bifurcations. One is apparel, that is something which we wear, which we are well aware of, and the second is non-apparel. For example, the curtains we have, the hoardings we have, the backdrop we have, the projector, also the medical textiles, agricultural textiles. Textile SSC has courses for all these sectors. Thread manufacturing, fabric manufacturing, weaving, knitting, that is dyeing, processing, designing, quality control, entrepreneurship, marketing, for the whole supply chain. And we also have courses embedded into the academic courses, like the diploma, degree, BVoc. And currently we are sort of implementing training to 3,000 candidates in computer-aided design, which is called DigiBunai, which is developed by Digital India Corporation, funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in Northeast, including Assam. For further details, you can connect to me or check our website. Thank you so much. Due to paucity of time, I'm stopping here, but I'm available for any further information.
Thank you, ma'am, for keeping it very brief. Just to let all of you know, there's a lot of work the Sector Skill Council does. They define the standards in that sector. They define the knowledge, the role, and the performance that is required by role holders in delivering that. So let's now move on to Brigadier Yogesh Kapoor, VSM, Director General, Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council, to share his brief thoughts.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to first thank the organizers, ASDM, the Government of Assam, IIT Guwahati, and of course IndiGlobal for making this possible. Very briefly, you know, from the service that I come from, Assam has been the plague field for a very long time for very different reasons. And today I come here for skilling the very state that we were actually operating in for many decades, for different reasons, as I mentioned. In the late 70s, when we joined the service, you were a very good officer if you were a jack of all trades, perhaps master of none. Ms. Sunita mentioned during her rendition that you know, it is the age of domain specialization. And there the good officer went out of the window. Thank God, now the jack of all trades, as far as the skilling ecosystem is concerned, is referred to as multi-skilling, and we are back. Now, since the morning, we've heard of speakers tell you, and the minister did himself when he mentioned that we have a youth dividend. Now this juggernaut, the pace of this juggernaut is dictated by the very target audience that we are in the business of skilling. In the ASDM website, it mentions that the trainee has a life cycle. In the skilling ecosystem, we have a life cycle where we take the industry aggregated demand, we curate a curriculum, we temper it, we test the trainee, and thereafter ensure that he gets his employment. So as far as the Skill Council is concerned, that's the ecosystem that we are talking about. Especially for the Northeast, you have a problem as far as arsenic content or lead content in the water is concerned. You've had an extensive 2 sessions of the health experts give you the kind of problems that they cause. Specifically for 3 years in Assam, the Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council has a bouquet of skilling qualification packs. The chair also mentioned that we target something called the National Occupation Standards. Everything, and you know, with Swapna ma'am, we often have this thing because she says that I'm the most important skill council because everything starts with textile. Then she looked up. I don't know whether she was remembering God or she was looking at the curtains. So we have this thing, and we say that everything for life sustenance is water. But we have learned over time to live in harmony. Everything to do with sustenance is water, and plumbing therefore becomes an adjunct to that water activity. So it's a very important facet. And in the unorganized sector that plumbing is, for a hands-me-down craftsman, thank heavens that India has introduced the National Credit Framework, where for experiential learning, the the vocation is afforded credit points. And woe behold, a person with that kind of experience can also be a PhD, even though he is a school pass out, purely by virtue of earning those credit points. So very quickly, before I hand the mic back to the chair, what are the kind of qualification packs specifically for Assam that we can curate and Assam can hope to see in the next 3 years? Water pump operator, the Jal Mitra, pipeline fitter, water quality testing expert, the sewage and sewerage treatment plant operator, rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge specialist, water conservation structural expert, heavy metal laboratory specialist, hydraulic modeling specialist. There are a few things, and the state government officials are here, that we from the water management expect from the state is to provide access to the ITIs and infrastructure development for use, creation of centers of excellence and laboratories, candidate mobilization. We found that in the 8 states in the Northeast, there is extensive problem for training centers and training partner establishment. So we would want a little kind of an impetus to be given by the state government as far as that is concerned, and generating awareness and giving the requisite fillip to the culture of skilling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brigadier Yogeshji. One very important point Brigadier mentioned is skills can lead someone to get PhD. So there's also another scheme called the recognition for prior learning. In case there are youth who are skilled but do not have a formal qualification, they can write to the respective SSCs. A small test is done, the knowledge is checked, and they can get a skill certification. So let's now move on to Sri Sushim Banerjee, CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, to share his thoughts. Sir.
Thank you, Chair. And I must thank IndiGlobal, Assam Skill Development Mission, and IIT Guwahati to invite us for sharing our views on the Sector Skill Council activities and what we can do for the state of Assam. Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, it came into being in 2014, and our primary members are not only the steel plants, but a whole sort of engineering industries related to iron and steel. For instance, foundries, their number is about more than 5,000 on pan-India basis. Then we have got ferroalloys, that is about 85 number units. Then we have got sponge iron units, which are having around 300 of their members. Then we have got a huge set of re-rollers, about 1,100 of them spread throughout the country. And now, last year, the smelting operations of aluminium, copper, zinc, and lead, these have also been added to Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Now, so far as the Assam is concerned, what we have done so far is about 31 job roles we have developed. It has been approved by NCVET, and it is in the portal. And on that basis, the training is taking place, and we are certifying and assessing the candidates. And till date, about 81,000 of candidates have been trained by us, and our placement ratio is about between 60 to 65%. Now, one advantage of this conducting training program is that we have been able to penetrate to the large scale of unorganized sector, which are spread throughout the country, and this is the first time they are being exposed to standardized skill training. And all of them are so eager to come forward to take out the training program. And so far as Assam is concerned, what we find that in Assam, the agriculture is basically 25% of the GDP, industry is about 30%, and service sector is about 45%. This is against the all India average of 14% agriculture, 26% industry, and 60% service sector. So industry is very much there in Assam, particularly the petroleum, oil and gas, petroleum refineries. And I find the major two raw materials of steel is also available there, that is non-coking coal, which is a primary raw material for making furnace-based operation. And in Assam, about 8 units, induction furnace units with a capacity of about 1,60,000 they are operating. And we have got about 4 re-rollers who process the semi-finished steel and make them into bar, TMT bar, structurals, etc. And we have got in Assam 1 cold rollers who make the cold roll sheet, which is basically applied in the furniture segments. And Assam has got 1 galvanized and coated manufacturer for roofing sheets. Now, Assam is heavily investing. I find that in line with the Government of India's thrust on capex, this time Assam is also spending about 18,400 crore on infra development, which includes primarily roads and bridges and housing complexes and a lot of medical colleges, which we have heard in the first session. Now, in each of these areas, a lot of steel and cement will be required. So there will be a huge requirement of steel, and each of these areas of steeling, there is a skill sets will also be required. So I am very hopeful that iron and steel and as well as aluminium sector has a great prospects in Assam in the days to come. There are only one point I want to mention. I find that Assam Skill Development Mission has also created the Advanced Skill Training Institute in 2 phases. So we would very much like to be associated with this ASTI of Assam. And about the other development, industrial development, we will be very much willing to be a part of Assam. There is another point I want to mention, that Assam, usually the steel becomes somewhat costlier because there is no large producer here, and steel dispatches from eastern region, from Odisha, West Bengal and Jharkhand to Assam, the transportation cost is very much prohibitive. Thanks to the Gati Shakti movement of the multimodal transportation system developed by Government of India, now coastal shipping through the river of Brahmaputra has just started, and one of our large players, he is sending consignments, steel consignments to Guwahati. So that's another great news of large-scale involvement of iron and steel and aluminum sector in the growth and development of Assam's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushim sir. One very important thing, if you want to know anything about training and placement for any sector skill council, I think you should reach out to them. And a lot of opportunity for iron and cement. So that's a major takeaway from what sir mentioned. Let's now move on to Shri Rajiv Gargi, Executive Director and CEO, Gem and Jewelry Skill Council of India, to hear his perspectives.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kalyan sir, for having us here. After Delhi meeting, you said at that point in time that you are planning to organize an event, and so here we are. What I'll try to do is probably a little different. You already got idea about what SSCs do, what are the roles. Just to brief you, gem and jewelry sector has 7 subsectors, including imitation jewelry. And including imitation jewelry, if I count, it employs more than 8 million people across the country. So you know the type of potential it has. It also is one of the biggest self-employment generating sector, because probably in gems and jewelry sector only about 10 to 15% of the industry would be organized, who are basically concentrated around Surat, Mumbai, Jaipur, who are exporters. They have factories there. But otherwise, locally, whatever domestic consumption is or whatever is being done in the imitation jewelry is all through unorganized sector and which employs a lot of people and lot of women folks. There are a lot of women who through self-help groups or sitting at home are engaged in the manufacture of imitation jewelry, and that gets them additional income for their families. Another little bit of trivia which I wanted to share, India cuts and polishes 93 out of every 100 diamonds in the world. So we are the world leaders as far as diamond cutting polishing is concerned. Also, gems and jewelry is the second highest merchandise exporter from the country. We export almost 14% of the merchandise. And you would be surprised to know a lot of jewelry which is handmade is also exported. So there is a lot of scope. As far as Assam is concerned, sir, as I spoke, we have 48 qualifications, out of which I see a lot of opportunities for jewelry designer. We have 4 qualifications in jewelry design, 2 for hand sketch designer and 2 for computer aided design. So through it can be through ITIs, through colleges, through schools, that this can be offered to students as an additional course. Also, sir, I would like to discuss with you that if jewelry design can be added as a course in any SC to the courses which you are already offering, it would be because jewelry designers are in great demand. And another excellent thing about jewelry designers are that most of them work as freelancer. So they work because their designs are their property. So they work as freelancers and they make huge earnings. The industry is known, you know, abroad also. All the brands which you hear, international brands, were basically designers who started with. So this jewelry designer is one thing. Another thing, sir, which I was discussing with Ms. Anuja Gupta, Myanmar sends in a lot of gemstones to India for cutting and polishing. It passes through Assam, but doesn't get any value added here. It travels all the way to Surat or to Mumbai or to Rajasthan, and it gets cut there and gets re-exported back to Myanmar. I think there is a very strong case of developing a gems cutting and polishing industry here in Assam, so that these stones which are coming from Myanmar don't have to travel all the way up north. You can do that value addition here itself, which would give a lot of sort of industry and lot of employment to people here. There are other things, sir. You know, your Bandhan program is an excellent program through which we can work with all the imitation jewelry people. One last thing before I pass the mic back is that basically through ASDM, we are trying to develop, sir, qualifications on indigenous jewelry, indigenous Assamese jewelry. Also, I have been talking with IIE, and they are working on developing a qualification for bamboo jewelry. So hopefully within next 3 to 6 months, you would see all these qualifications getting approved from NCVT, and which would again open a lot of new doors for kids here and also the women. We have done a lot of RPL already in Assam, and hopefully in coming days we will be doing more. Iyer sir, I just wanted to say thank you for all the arrangement. I am from IIT myself, so it always feels nice to come back to any of the IIT campuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. I think a very important point you mentioned for ASDM and also education institutions here. If you all are interested in introducing another small course as part of the regular curriculum, you can reach out to the sector skill councils. The last panelist, but the most wanted panelist, is what I understand from our discussions we were having on tea. So, you know, Mohitji is the CEO of Media Entertainment Skill Council, and I think this is an area which most of the young generation and also the Gen X and Gen Zs are very interested. So I think we'll take some time to hear out from Mohitji on the Sector Skill Council and the opportunities that it has for Assam and the Northeastern states.
So, thank you, Sujeev sir. Kalyanji, thank you for inviting me. And as I'm popularly known as the most notorious in the Sector Skill Council, so I'll start with a different version of bringing limelight to my sector. I would say let's imagine one day without media and entertainment. Let's imagine 1 hour without content consumption. You know, the time you get up in the morning, either there's a newspaper in your hand, or you watch live news, or you watch WhatsApp with a lot of question marks and asterisks. You go to your office, listening to your radio FM or blasting some of your juniors or listening from our seniors. But then when we reach office, it's our website we open, it's a different version of brochures which we see through. So I'm saying, look at life without media and entertainment. You know, it will be practically impossible for all of us to really think of it today. Last 2 years when everybody was impacted with COVID, one thing which really didn't stop was the content consumption. Today as a country, we are the biggest content consumers globally. Now look at the other side of it. You know, if I have Radhika ma'am today in the morning, we had Sunita ma'am in the afternoon today talking about the importance of music, the importance of inclusion of creativity in formal education space and vocational education space. We all have to realize that creativity is something which we all were definitely born with. But with over a period of time, we start not utilizing it to that level and got into a routine job. Today, media and entertainment sector is one of the biggest and the fastest growing economies globally. If I talk about in numbers and in volumes, the size of M&E industry is on par with what we talk about as an automobile industry today. The only grey side to it is that we have never examined the real sense of career opportunities in it. And that is why today our tradition, our culture, our art, our music, our dance forms are some ways getting lost. You know, it is high time that when we thought of Switzerland in India, Switzerland is Switzerland for India because Yashraj ji made it Switzerland in India. That is the same thing which I say about Northeast. It's a paradise to see. And if you can explore filmmakers to come in and do films here, I think nothing like it. As Assam, as a state, we do around 30-40 films in a year. Think of this one event, you know, in this one event with maybe nothing less than a month effort, there would be around 200 people involved. Think of one movie, you get 500 people involved. Think on one web series, think of one newspaper which you see every day. Think of the live 24/7 news channels which are running. Think of the old days of Chitrahar when we used to wait for Sundays and now you have 24/7 music available on your Gaana, your apps, you're everywhere. The industry has grown flawless. What it needs now is real good creative artists and geniuses. And I think that can come from those soils which have not been explored. States like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra have done similarly good as what a state like Maharashtra has been doing. Now it's promising time when our states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Assam, Sikkim, Nagaland should captivate on the local artist, on the local talent. You know, today our kids are finding opportunities outside. Why should they? Gone are those days when they need to go out and look at opportunities. Now, we are a very, very peaceful state. And I think it's a great time for us when we should create that local talent to be showcased here. And I think, Kalyan sir, one real request is, you know, see, we have been learning fine arts, dance, music in our schools from class 1st to 6th, but after class 6th, it is physics, chemistry, biology, and maths. We became an IT country. Honestly, if you talk about animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics, with our vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, the task force has been constituted. And we envision that with the momentum which has been built up, we would need 20 lakh people by 2030, which is a huge number. I'm not even considering events which are big mega size. I'm not even talking about films. I'm not even talking about television. Forget gaming, digital marketing, advertising. You know, these are avenues where people are really looking at. If I have an opportunity to capture the Bihu dancers today, and make them video influencers or social media influencers, trust me, they will start earning lakh of a rupee in a month. I think these opportunities are there which we now need to create for our youth. the creative buddies in Assam are much better and much more acknowledged and accepted in the industry. And trust me, I'm not saying this because I'm in Assam. Whenever I go to any of my studios, they say I need people from Assam or from Mizoram or from Nagaland or from J&K. The reason is very simple, because they stick around in the job. They're sincere, they're more matured and more capable of handling pressures. And I think this is a great time when this youth needs to now be empowered. We have everything here to make this happen. All we require is a support from the government, is support that we include these serious programs in our community. Sir, we would like to hold a big training partner meet here. We would like to bring the industry here, showcase the real potential of Assam. See if we could be a part of training programs like IIDC or IIT Mumbai has in IIT Guwahati. You know, programs which can be as advanced as AR, VR, MR or XR to talk about, and as low as creative writing, storytelling, storyboarding or character designing. I think there's a huge talent here which has never been tapped, never been explored, and I take full responsibility of ensuring that we get opportunities which can not create employability but entrepreneurship for kids here. So give us that serious look, sir, and you know, it won't be an event without a videographer or a photographer today. It won't be an event without this backdrop having graphics here. It won't be an event without this mic in my hand. I think we need number of sound engineers, we need set designers, set carpenters, we need plumbers who are not just understanding plumbing from a household side of it. We need people who understand it from the industry side of it, from the film division side of it. We need drivers who can not just handle commercial vehicles, but also take away those heavy cost equipments on those, you know, trucks which they're loaded. So we need stuntmen, we need spot boys. You talk about blue collar, bottom of the pyramid, we need those people. But it is not just about them. It's about 12 subsectors which the council caters to. And I see this as a great potential. Trust me, you know, one very serious thing which I would like to mention on a very personal ground. My father is in ICU, but I thought it is more important for me to be in Assam and talk about the opportunities of M&E here, because I believe this is one state where we will get the maximum benefit and the maximum potential of the best youth coming out and showcasing the talent globally. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mohit, sir. I think one takeaway for all, it's not only colleges, you can even tap the schools. And with the media, the skilling can be initiated from the school level itself. I think I want to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for being very specific, focused, and closing it in a structured manner. And special thanks to ASDM, IIT, and IndiGlobal for giving us this opportunity. We conclude this session.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the panelists for this discussion. I know it could be, you know, very tiring end of the day, but you kept up the energy. Thanks a lot. May I please call upon Professor Iyer, Officiating Director, IIT Guwahati, to please give away the mementos to our dear panelists. Can I call upon Dr. Swapna Mishra, COO and Officiating CEO, Textile Sector Skill Council. And next, can I call upon Sri Ravikant Yamarti, CEO, Logistics Sector Skill Council, Government of India. Can I call upon Sri Brigadier Yogesh Kapoor, VSM, Director General, Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council. Can I further call upon Sri Rajiv Garg, Executing Director and CEO, Gem and Jewellery Skill Council of India. Can I call upon Tushim Banerjee, CEO of Iron and Steel SSE. Can I further call upon Sri Mohit Soni, CEO, Media and Entertainment Skill Council. Last but not the least, for wonderfully moderating the session, can I call upon Dr. Sujeev Nair, Global CHRO, Resustainability Limited and former CEO, Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. Can you come for the group picture?
A group picture, and we would like to thank this last panel speakers for, and also Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, our program chair, principal secretary, Skill, Employment, Entrepreneurship Department, Government of Assam. Thank you very much to all the CEOs and COOs of Skill Sector Council for this wonderful session, and for the patient and staying back and giving us these very important and enriching inputs towards the direction of the growth of Assam and employment of the youth in Northeast.
Dear all, there is a small cultural event for about 15-20 minutes, and then there is dinner arranged at the same place. So probably you can get entertained for another 15-20 minutes and then move for dinner. Yep, thank you.
इसके बिना क्या जिंदगी है, ये दोस्ती कभी ना टूटे, रहे सदा गुनगुनाते, सारे वो लम्हे याद आते हैं सिर्फ तुम्हारे, तुम ही तो हो वो दोस्त मेरे जो मेरे संग गुनगुना. Friends will be friends forever and ever. Always will share good moments together. Right, one summit happens only if you have friends around. So this song was dedicated to all the people who have come to Guwahati tonight. Thank you all for coming. And if you all can join me in these 2 lines of my song, that'll be great, okay? It's very simple. Friends will be friends forever and ever. We'll do it one more time. Friends will be forever and ever. Always will share good moments together. Friends will be friends forever and ever. Always will share good moments together. Friends will be friends forever and ever. Always will share good moments together. Friends will be friends forever and ever. Thank you. I'd like to call on stage my co-singer. She's a very well-reputed singer of this part of the country. Can I call on Indrani to join me on stage? She's going to do some traditional stuff, a little bit of view singing and jumur and stuff like that. So I'm sure you'll like it.
Hello. Very good evening to one and all present here. So I'm Indrani Talukdar, and thank you so much for this opportunity to share our music. And today, I'd like to thank Sumanda for the beautiful introduction. So there was a movie, Samili Mem Sahib. The music was by Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. And one of the famous song, Akhom Dekhor Bagisare Swali, that's an Assamese song that I'll try to sing once. And Akha Korso Khokole Thank ছোট চোখেরি বড় বড় টকেরি নরম সবুজ পাতা তলে ডক ডক জোয়ান ভোদার আছিদে করে লক লক ছোট ছোট বুকখানা করে ধক ধক কি ভাবিস ওই আমার সাহেলি মন রাখ মোর নাম ঝামেলি বার্তা দাসিলে কোন বালুক পিছে আমি বিহু গাব জানো হায় হসরি করো না তোমার পুকুরি পারো হরি পুরি গইস ঘামে হকুমা করো তোমার করিব বাকি হইল সুমারি গালা ভাদর মাস ধম ধমাধম করম পূজা ধম ধমাধম বাজাও আমি ধম ধমাধম মাদল সরতালি এই মুখবিন্ধা তই কোন ছোৱালী রে আরে বীরবলর বেটি তই কি হান্তর মালি নে বিস্তর বালি আরে পাগলি পাগলি নহয় মোরে না সামিলি বীরবলের বেটি মোর না সামিলি অসম দেশৰ বাগিচাৰে সুৱাদি ঝুমুৰ তুমুৰ নাচি কৰোঁ ধেমালি পাগলি নহয় মোৰে না সামিলি বীরবলের বেটি মোর না সামিলি অসম দেশত আমি হে সর্দার বলে কাম কাম হে বাবু বলে ধরিয়া সাহেব বলে লিব পিঠের ছাই ও বিদেশি সব ফাঁকি দিয়ে আনিল আশা থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ Okay, actually, we don't have much time, so we'll sing one small part of Bihu. Is there inside? So, recently, I have recorded a song for the recent release movie Dr. Bejbora 2. I think some of you know about it. So for Dr. Bejbora 2, I have recorded a song, Moina Kunbithatai Khazile. So a small part of that song and some paragraphs of Bihu, the folk song of Assam. We'll try to sing it together. I hope you like it. এমন হীরা দো সাইকেল নহয় তিলিঙা কোনে কোনে শুনিছে বাৰু গীতটি অকণমান যদি উঠি আহে বেছি ভাল লাগিব এমন হীৰা দো
চাইকেল নহয় টিলিঙা ইমন হীৰা দৈ ডেকা নহয় পিলিঙা ইমন হীৰা দৈ চাইকেল নহয় টিলিঙা মন হীৰা দৈ ডেকা নহয় পিলিঙা ঘৰ পথাৰত আহিবা নিজান ঘৰ পথাৰত আহিবা নিজান মন হীৰা দৈ তোমাৰ নুকুমলীয়া
অকমান ছুটিকে শেষ কৰিছোঁ হয় মোৰ ঘৰ ইপাৰত তোৰ ঘৰ সিপাৰত মাজতে বোৱা দিন সেইবোলে চৰাই হোৱা হলে উৰি গলো হেতে দুহাতে দুবাখি লৈ মঞ্জিলি ক'ত কান্দে লাভৰ দুৱাৰত খিৰিকিলি বেঙেনাৰ পাতে মঞ্জিলি ক'ত কান্দে লাভৰ খিৰিকিলি বেঙেনাৰ আগু মঞ্জিলি ক'ত কান্দে খিৰিকিলি বেঙেনাৰ পাতে মঞ্জিলি ক'ত কান্দে লাভৰ দুৱাৰত খিৰিকিলি বেঙেনাৰ like to call Samanda on the stage.
Check, check.
Hello.
Hello, hello. ও ময়না কোন বিধাতাই সাজিলে তোমাৰ পদুম চকুতি। যদি শুনা নাই গীতটি শুনিব, মোৰ সৌভাগ্য হৈছিলে গীতটি কণ্ঠদান কৰা। অকণমান ছুটিকে গাইছোঁ। চিনেমাখনত গীতটি অকণমান বেলেগকৈ আছে, আমি অকণমান বেলেগকৈ কৰিছোঁ। Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, check. Well, this is a very old song from one of our favorite singer from Assam. His name is Dipen Borua. And this song goes for, actually Guwahati is, although it's growing, the mentality of the people are, it's like a gaon, you know, it's a chota gaon. So this song is called Ek Khani Gaon.
ইয়াতে দেখো নতুন সপোন কোনে জুৰি চাই জুৰি তাপো ফুলৰ পাতৰ সাজু কাছো এই গাঁও নিচেই আপো এই গাঁও নিচেই আপো
সপোন কোনে জমি চাই জুৰি দাপোন
I see the hands in the air? There, there. All right. So, everyone's tired, I guess. Very tired.
Agoli baha, pogoli nasise, al fule koi, kohu a fulise. Agoli baha, pogoli nasise, al fule koi, kohu a fulise. Mukhe mukhe hahi dekho, oh mukhe mukhe hahi dekho. Kato kaju kasu Eigao apunapo Eigao niseyapo
এখনিগা বুকুৰ আপোন ইয়াতে দেখোন নতুন সপোন কোনে জমি চাল জুৰিৰ দাপোন ফুলৰ পাতৰ খাজুল কাচুল এইগাঁও আপোন আপোন এইগাঁও নিচেই আপোন
Life is a journey with each and every song. Sometimes the road is easy, sometimes hard along. No matter what they feel about it today, the haters of our youth will always remain as long as our feelings sustain. Oh yeah, along with our feelings sustain.
এইগাঁও আপোন আপোন এইগাঁও নিচেই আপোন
Life is a journey for everybody. Life is a journey for everyone.
Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you for coming to Guwahati. Even the people from Guwahati, thank you for coming. I know it is a very tiring day today. We wish we could have entertained you more. See you soon sometime. See you soon. Take good memories back to your home. Let everyone come to Guwahati. Yeah? All right, this one is from a friend of mine whom we lost about a couple of months back. He was a very dear friend of mine. All right? All right, I'm going to do this song for all the friends, okay? Again, I believe in a lot of friendship. Until and unless you have friends all over the world, summits doesn't happen.
Yaro dosti badi hi हसीन है ये न हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है कोई तो हो रज़दा बेगरज तेरा हो या कोई तो हो रज़दा यारो मोहब्बत ही तो बंदगी है ये न हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है कोई तो दिलबर हो या मुझको तुझसे हो क्या कोई तो दिलबर हो या
All right, can we have some clappings?
तेरी हर एक बुराई पे डांटे वो तो गम की हो तू छाया बने तेरा वो तो नाचेगी वो तेरी खुशी में बेवफा मेरे लिए हो। अरे यारो दोस्ती बड़ी ही हसीन है, ये ना हो तो या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है। कोई तो हो रास्ता बेगरस तेरा हो या कोई तो हो रास्ता। Thank you to all the Yaros all over the world and here. Thank you very much. IndiGlobal Media, thank you very much. Thank you, Sudhir and team. Thank you, Kalyan Chakraborty sir. On behalf of my band, SKD and Indrani, my name is Suman Kalyan Datta. That's why my band's name is SKD. We are from locals. We shout for locals all over the world. That's the game plan. Thank you very much. Have a great day tomorrow.